Gila, kapan lagi lu gue cuma nge satu cok. Habis ngatain lu sih waktu itu.
Karma is real.
Karma emang beneran ya.
Ini apa sih? Ascen. Apa ya?
I am the beginning. I am the end.
Ya turun ke silver aja lah. Gak cocok gue main di gold. Cupu.
Belum.
Don't worry, team. If you die, I have your memories backed up at base. Just kidding, just kidding. Or am I?
Messi, which was your favorite goal? ¿Cuál es tu favorito?
Amigos.
Amigos amigos. Turun.
Shadows traveling.
Multiple enemies A.
Cover going out.
On my way.
Revealing area.
Stay in sight.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Enemy spotted.
Sleep, brother.
Hell satu.
No more.
One enemy remaining.
Heaven. Trot,
Last
trot.
player standing.
Tiao.
Nice.
Nice.
Don't interrupt my work.
Belum semangat nih gua nih. Rambut gua masalahnya, aduh.
Just gotta play around the slow field and we're
Kesel
fine.
gua, harusnya tadi gua kosak keramas. Terurai rambut gua, mengganggu pandangan.
Apa hubungannya?
Mengganggu pandangan jiwa dan raga.
Cemblek.
Gila, dia gokil 125 loh, dia beli armor apa nih?
Kayaknya.
Gua nembak dia 125 nggak mati, dia beli full armor itu aja. Gimana caranya bisa beli full armor ya?
Cover going out.
Lu bayangin 125 gua nembak dia.
Dia nggak beli apa-apa kayaknya.
Shadows
Nggak
traveling.
bisa, Bill.
Party's over.
Scanning ahead.
Reloading.
Oh, lo gak turun. Rotet tuh.
Shadows traveling.
Gue liatin mid. From mid.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Di mana?
Ini sini. B-man. Dia udah masuk deh.
You have drone.
Udah masuk.
10 seconds left.
Nice.
That's one.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Oh, Renanya sih serem sih. Ketiak sajat. Ketiak jahat itu hanya.
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Jetnya masuk. Ini.
Coba, you can take my vandal.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Ya elah. Cacat banget sumpah nembak gua.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways are best.
Cir, pada nge-save.
Lagi nih.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Last player
Reyna behind.
standing. Spike planted. Flawless.
Ih, anjing.
Gue nge-lag atau gimana?
Enemies
Apa?
close. Eyes up.
Kayak musuhnya tiba-tiba ngejam langsung masuk ke muka lu.
Ya emang begitu tadi. Ngejam langsung muka.
Hold our ground.
Ngehel.
Cover going out.
Market.
Last player standing.
Gila sih.
Dia tajam amat.
Iya, baru nongol langsung ini kan.
Iya.
Makanya.
Ini kah gold?
I feel the strain.
Makanya mending turun.
Block it out, Omen.
Ini kah gold atau ini kah cheat bangsat?
Curiga juga sih.
Enggak lah, itu gold anjing. Pingnya 10 anjir.
Cover going out.
Nah,
Silence. Blinding.
A fine death.
Reloading.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
latihan goblok.
No charges.
I am the hunter!
Last player
Ini
standing.
brengsek.
Spike planted.
Ih, anjing.
Their tech is only as good as their skill. And there, we have some beats.
Siapa sih itu yang ngomong?
KJ.
Killjoy. Ya, lu bisa apa, Cok? Emang orang lu udah jago? What are you rank? Apa maksudnya anjing? What are you rank? What rank you are? What are you rank, bangke?
Cover going out.
Revealing area. Found them. Enemy.
Stealing sight.
Fire in the hole!
Last player
Mati kita,
standing.
BieL. Belum sanggup. Itu anak platinum gua rasa itu anjing Renai. Apaan nembak headshot aja.
Spike planted.
Here. Got one.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Cuman dibully sama Rena doang.
Ih,
Setidaknya kill gua udah nggak cuma 1 lah, 5.
tai. Bingung.
Iya, berkembangnya pelan-pelan. Dari 1, 5 dulu.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Cing dipul pistol bangke. Saat lah.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Pisauin, cocok.
Everyone makes fun of
Emang
German
jahat tuh
efficiency.
ketiak bangsat.
Keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Are you okay, guys? Are you, bro?
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
Cover going
Placing
out.
swarm grenade.
Gila lo. Bangke. Udah lo tuh depan ada phantom, pakai phantom aja. Pakai yang ada monyetnya.
Last player standing.
Brengsek.
I survived obliteration.
Udah, biarin aja, ayo.
Survive them.
Ya, kenapa disuren, nggak suren? Biar gua langsung turun nih.
Alarm bot
Itu
out.
apaan 214?
Placing swarm grenade.
Stealing sight. Cover going out.
Nowhere to run!
Multiple enemies. A.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
Bisa bil. Udah naik nih, udah 7 nih, udah 7, bisa.
Will expect us to work.
Dan ayo udah matiin ini cheatnya.
Don't stress
Udah matiin
if I
cheatnya.
die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive. Let's go. Placing alarm bot.
Shadows
Placing
traveling.
swarm grenade.
Cover going out.
Deploying drone.
Blinding.
Last player standing.
Bisa bil, ayo bil. Nice. Anjing.
Dari mana anjing? Gue aja ngeliat pala
Last
dia.
round in the half.
Apa?
Gue aja ngeliat pala dia.
Iya sama, aku juga ngeliat dia tadi. Ya begitulah namanya juga main.
Killjoy kayak gue jago, 5-5 aja dari tadi.
Cower. Run.
Jago dia itu.
Placing swarm grenade.
Lagi kah?
Shadows
Fire in the hole!
stealing sight.
Shot down.
Buset gila,
Spike
itu kayak
planted.
nembak ngasal. Menang dong.
Multiple enemies A.
Headshot bangsat. Apa sih gua nggak ngerti.
Last player standing.
Resnya kayak nembak ngasal tiba-tiba geser di headshot anjing.
Kita pindah kayaknya.
Switching
We are strong
sides.
because
Apa?
we are
Kita
together.
pindah.
Don't forget that.
Gua bingung asli nggak bohong. Ini dari tadi siapa yang enggak sih? Oh dia.
Embarrass them.
Revealing area.
Cover going out.
There they are.
Stealing sight.
Enemy down.
Lu doang yang bisa, Cok.
Reloading. Take flight. Enemy.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
Muka semua banyak.
Last player standing.
Di situ juga banyak, Bil.
Gila.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
Defenders win.
Report dulu, report. Kita lihat dulu.
Cheat sih itu
Rank dia apa?
seharusnya.
Hah?
Cheat sih. Silver 3.
Silver 2, udah fix report. Cheating. Kita report dulu aja. Report. Dah. Gas. Nah, kalau udah silver kan udah enak nih. Main apa ya, tembak pala mati, cok. Matilah koe semua, cok.
Match found.
Lagi bau hari ini Emil.
Bau.
Bau. Kayak Billy bau. Emang lagi bosan nih main Valorant berarti nih. Gak boleh main lagi nih. Seminggu nih gak boleh main ya. Enggak, Yoru kemahalan. Pakai ini nggak bisa main. Gue pakai yang darat aja masih nggak bisa, mau pakai yang terbang-terbang. Ntar aja lah, pakai yang terbang-terbang di ID yang satu lagi aja. Michael nggak main hari ini?
Enggak dia mah.
Use my poison to your advantage. I don't deploy it for kicks.
Thank you. It is legally a baby bump, but it's not pregnant. There's just no morning after. That's what my son looks like. So you're gonna love it. Thank you. It is legally a baby bump, but it's not. I'm not pregnant. There's just no morning after pill for eating a dozen donuts. That's what my son looks like.
Udah mulai. Gak ada yang bilang.
Scanning ahead.
Poison orb emitting.
Udah buka pintu.
Poison's off. Toxins going up.
Wah, ini apa-apaan sih dari tadi? Headshot semua anjing, cok. Rena kiri. Kiri kanan.
Wall raised.
Last player standing.
Aduh.
Mending cari di internet dulu deh.
So,
Cheat Valorant
we have
headshot.
to kill
Kayak
my
lagi banyak
double.
nih. Aji gak apa-apa, Renanya lari nembak 2 kali. Gua sama Chamber langsung mati anjing. Headshot.
Pekalongan kayaknya ini.
Apa?
Pekalongan.
Gak tahu anjing, gua kayak berasa kayak main, Cok.
Cheat Pekalongan ini anjir, nggak ngerti.
Kayak Rena nih lagi ada cheat nih kayaknya.
Kayak ini Viper sih. Viper apa sih itu?
Toxins going
Komen
up.
dari mid.
Bangsat lah. Headshot lagi.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy A. Stay down. Enemy A.
Emang ada cheat
Spike
Valorant.
planted.
Nice. Spectre.
Teleport's broken. They found my trap. Enemy A.
Last player standing.
Aduh, kebiasaan goblok.
Kadang bisa sih. Ganggu.
this time?
Go. I'm out of here.
Ayolah bikin gua nggak ada kill lah, yuk. Bete gua.
Forward.
Poison orb emitting.
Enemy A.
Gila.
Poison's off.
Emang gua cupu si BieL hari ini nggak bohong. Udahlah. Udahan aja lah. Ada itu anjir.
Aduh.
Spike planted.
Oh, ini jago nih.
Last player standing.
Chambernya jago, chambernya. Tuh gila, headshot lagi. Ini main apa anjing?
Nggak tahu, bingung.
I'm over them.
Ada main di Iron aja lah, aku boleh di baru lagi lah.
Mana bisa itu? Unrated.
I will not lose my home again. Toxins going up.
There they are.
There. Here.
Toxin screen down.
Sova removed.
Kayak ada yang lari. Bener.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
OP lagi, salah gua. Chambernya bagus sih.
Toxins going up.
Gua bingung nih sama Sova yang ngapain.
Spike planted.
Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
Gila sih ini parah. Itu tuh.
Aduh.
Parah sih. Gak kill gua. Udah lah.
These new friends
Udah
of
lah.
ours are not too friendly.
Udah. Gua nyerah. Serah.
Cepetan.
Serah.
Ya,
Serah.
aku bencet.
Serah.
Poison orb emitting.
Here. Enemy mid. Enemy mid.
Tiba. Wih, nice.
Poison's off.
Gua udah dapat 1 kill, bangke.
So dead. Defeated.
Nice. Main shotgun aja wah.
Last player standing.
Bangke nih. Tuh omennya juga 12-0 anjing. Lebih gila lagi.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned, but sometimes old ways are best.
Oh, dibilang dia nasi biryani no.
Masih biryani.
Who will I spot first? You want to play? Let's play.
Poison orb emitting.
Here. There. Enemy mid.
Poison's off.
Kapan masuknya anjir?
Ini kagak mati dong.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar.
Go,
That's
go.
when we strike.
Perasaan gue yang bottom frag, kenapa dia yang di report?
Nggak tahu deh.
Poison orb emitting.
Here we go.
Wah gila sih bener-bener.
Here.
Poison's
Ya,
off.
gua beneran udah ngomong. Udah gear.
Anjir.
Gua gak kuat gua main ini Valo anjing. Goblok banget. Hari ini bukan harinya gua. Kill 1 doang gua.
Spike planted.
Tobat anjing. Enggak, gue yang tolol. Bukan masalah juga musuh jago.
Enemy spotted
Guanya
here.
yang tolol anjing.
Killed.
Enemy B.
Toxins going up.
Parah.
Goblok.
Toxin screen down.
Defender spawn.
Last player standing.
Let them try to get
Udah lah hari ini gak usah main lah.
Goblok sama dia.
Gotta go.
Kill them. Poison orb emitting.
Killed. Enemy spotted. Here.
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 Poison's off.
Here.
Anjing udah masuk.
Spike planted.
Almost out.
Last player standing.
I'm out of here. Sword good.
Cibe, tahu Cibe.
Make them beg.
I'm out of here.
Toxins going up.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Oh gila.
Spike planted.
Take this. Go, go, go. Gotta go.
Bingung coy.
Back off. Gotta go.
They're nothing but
Lumayan
flies.
nyari kill dulu lah. Biar nggak dibilang cupu-cupu amat tai.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Poison orb emitting.
Bajingan nembak apa gua? Double door 1.
Last player standing.
Jangan terjadi lagi.
Ngambil biji tuh biar bisa ulti.
Spike planted.
Gue mati juga pasti bisa ulti.
Gila hari ini berat amat mainnya. Di atas tuh. Belok nih.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Oh, cuma nunggu doang belum. Ya udah lah.
They are so dead.
I'm out of here.
Poison orb emitting.
Wah, gila, gila.
Poison's off.
Apaan? Mau lah.
Last player standing.
Jago-jago semua anjing itu. Headshot-headshotnya gila, nggak ada obat.
Iya, gila. Makin hari makin susah.
Spike planted.
Mending gua ganti kapas.
I have them.
Nggak usah kalau nggak.
Dan terjadi lagi. Gila, 13-0.
Last round before the switch.
Enggak lah.
Don't be cheap.
Kayak berasa baru main Valo kemarin.
Ayo, bisa yuk.
Gue sih nggak yakin.
Ya boleh lah, boleh lah. Pakai telur ya bang.
Chance, mes amis.
Setengah matang ya bang.
You want to play? Let's play.
Apa-apaan sih anjing tuh. Kayak udah tahu aja gue di sana, ini langsung ditembak, gue aja belum lihat dia. Dum, dum. Kiri ada kiri, itu di balik kotak, di balik awan juga ada tuh.
Spike planted.
Tuh
Last
lagi.
player standing.
Di balik awan. Anjir.
Bangke.
Nggak ngotak.
Di balik kotak, kamu di balik awan tadi itu. Peter Pan.
Switching sides.
We are
Match
Valorant.
point.
We are fighters.
Apa itu Suren? Tanggung nih. Mau Suren mah dari tadi anjing.
Iya.
Kenapa? Pride itu rusak kalau 13-0. Hah? Pride itu rusak 13-0 anjing. Biasa aja kali.
Go, go, go!
Kayak rusak
Kalau emang cupu mah ya udah. Bil langsung masuk Bil, nggak usah asap-asapan Bil. Belakang gua aja hajar.
We will hurt them.
Nggak ada pride yang untuk dijaga ini Bil.
Nggak ada pet yang harus dijaga.
Toxins going up.
Short gun! Enemy spotted. Next! Reloading! Healing. Go, go, go!
Dead.
Barrier here.
Toxin screen down.
Aduh, udah masuk.
One enemy remaining.
Dari mid. Keren dulu.
Last enemy taken out.
Nice.
Tuh kan menang. Nggak ada sejarah 13-0 kita, Cok.
Nggak ada ya.
Weapon here.
Nggak ada, bro.
Their fun.
Kita nggak ada pride yang harus dijaga.
Betul sekali.
Gotta go!
Nah kalau ini mau sore nggak apa-apa dah. Ya berarti kan udah satu dulu. Gak pernah gue 13-0 anjing.
Gotta go.
Breathe deep.
Udah sesuren-surenan lah. Anjing di bawah.
Spike dropped.
Bang.
I have the spike.
Jadi lelet dulu.
Toxins going up.
I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
Wall raised.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted B.
Dead fool.
Last
Aduh,
player
mereka
standing.
diffuse.
Go, go, go.
One enemy remaining.
Wih, Farah udah
Defenders
dapat gua.
win.
Diffuse.
Out of charges.
Farah udah dapet tuh gua tuh. Sayang sekali, Bung.
Kita nggak ada pride time. Tuh main sampai turun.
Yoi.
Nggak turun, nggak asik.
Bil, gua ganti ID dulu, Bil, bentar. Pakai ID yang kemarin aja dulu gua. Gua mau belajar jet dulu.
Oh, kira menjaga pride.
Jaga pride, nggak ada pride harus dijaga anjing.
Nggak ada pride yang harus dijaga ya.
Masalah gua mau sambil kerja soalnya. Ada mau transfer.
Server gua kan?
Oh iya, gua belum transfer gaji anjing, itu gua dimarahin. Hah? Sama, pikir. Lu pikir gua duluan, Cok? Gua paling terakhir. Mari kita cek. Oke, let's go. Bentar, Bil. Gua banyak nih anak-anak. Ayo, Ellen pertama. Berapa? 10 juta. Mantap. Jadi 50. Mantap.
Nggak ada pride. Sama. Gua aja lagi weak coiling. Goblok pantesan. Kan harus dijaga. Bro. Siko bagi dua. Siko bagi dua. Siko bagi dua. Bagi dua. Siko bagi dua. Bagi dua. Siko bagi duo. Bilang kayak gini headshot semua anjing. Tolol mas. Ah. Tolol kabel. BieL 915. Gak hafal gue. Oppo aja Oppo. Oh lol. Nembak api. Goblok. Benar suaranya dari situ. Goblok. Kaget. Yoi. Anjir. Blok. Ah, sih kok bagi dua. Apa? Nggak tahu. Biar romantis. Kan suap-suapan, kayak nggak pernah pacaran loh. Iya tahu. Les Mizar. Anjing, anjing, cenayang lo. Cenayang lo. Tung 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 tung. Ya udah lu login. Palelo. Anjing silver. Tung 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 tung. Lagu apa?
Iya, yang ding 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 ding. Ganti, money sekarang. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Biar keren kalau ditambang. Di telepon money. Anak tambang beda coy. Motivasi dong. Money ya enggak lu. Gue belajar ya.
Icebox.
I have no pride bro.
Wih, udah mulai, sudah mulai. Sudah mulai, sudah mulai. 11 menit lagi. Masih lama. Tung tung, turung turung, tung tung, tung turung turung.
Tuh lihat nih gua. Sut sat sut sat sut.
Sut su.
Susat susat sucat pelat poong. Ngamlai culat potong. Ngaci ngamu ngami ngane. Kayak gue tahu sih gue kenapa nih kalah, gue jelek.
Kenapa?
Gara-gara Ellen nyetel lagu, nggak konsen gue. Biasanya gue nggak begini kan ya Bil ya?
Iya, nggak biasa.
Iya, ini gara-gara Ellen.
Parah emang. Ding ding, tidung tidung.
Saya Dota nggak? Bareng Ricky lagi. Menang nggak sih kemarin kalah ya? Kalah semua ya? Oh udah 2 hari kita kalah. Oh yang gua layan ya? Ya. Emang ada Ricky tuh bosue. Enggak sih itu X-nya anjing yang goblok. Orang kita awal-awal udah menang. Oh gue tau kenapa.
Let's cut them down.
Gara-gara gue belum minum air.
Sweep the
Aduh.
stragglers into the trash.
Sucat plat bohong.
Pantes dari tadi kalah. Si Gary sibuk amat dari tadi masak Indomie gak kelar-kelar. Oh iya, gue juga belum ke WC. Ya udahlah nanti aja. Nah, kalau kalah salahnya BieL lah. Main susah. Lu kenapa lu sawan? Ini pakai ini ya C, pakai terbangnya Ki, oke.
Nggak bisa langsung terbang loh, harus dipencet dulu.
I'll find you.
Rame banget.
They're blind with fear. They're blind with fear. Reloading. Reloading. There. Spike planted. One down. Reloading. Enemy kill. My double's dead.
Heaven.
Ya.
After.
Screen
There.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Ya nggak nyampe anjing.
That's going to
Gila, Billy, ngeri banget.
You see?
Gila, jet gua langsung 2, Bil.
Ordinary.
Apanya?
Bunuhnya.
Bagus lah.
Wah. Gila sih ini.
Untung lo maju duluan.
Makanya cara ngeker ini gimana sih? Asapnya?
Pakai mouse.
Pakai mouse gua juga tahu, mainnya juga pakai mouse, Bil.
Tinggal digeser-geser maksudnya.
Nggak usah ditahan gitu.
Kayaknya ditahan deh.
Let's go.
Gue lupa, udah nggak pernah.
Kevet.
Nggak pernah pakai jet.
Where are you? Lock in sight. Target out. Mark one. That's on it.
Goblok.
Spike down A.
Itu ngapain sih berdua?
Ya, dancing.
Placing swamp.
Belakang.
Enemy spotted.
Thanks.
One enemy remaining.
Wah, ini temennya boleh nih.
Wih, emang Bil? Lu baru tahu boleh gua kaku banget aja pakai ini. Biasa orang bisa langsung terbang, bisa langsung ngedive, kenapa gua nggak bisa ya?
Harus itu lu siapin dulu baru bisa ngedive ke atas.
Gua udah terbang, habis itu nggak bisa langsung
Emang
nggak mau maju dia. Gimana bisa langsung majunya?
harus pencet dulu
Dulu baru terbang gitu.
Iya. Dulu kan ntar jadi kayak ada asap-asap tuh, baru bisa ngedes kiri kanannya. Kalau terbang nggak usah pakai itu kalau usah. Renanya tajam.
Find you. Reload.
Smoke's down. Stim beacon here.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading. Spike planted.
Snowman.
Placing swamp grenade.
Wah, anjing. Gua nggak bisa, sumpah. Gua nggak ngerti cara pakai E-nya.
Bring them down. Target destroyed.
Molly.
Bakarnya di situ dong.
Bring them down.
Snowman. Omen.
One enemy remaining.
Go. Run.
Okay, time for approaching.
Last player standing.
I knew this would be easy, but meine Güte.
Haha. Dibilangin mencet dulu.
Enggak, harusnya bisa Bil lagi di udara lu tuh ngedive.
Take everything.
Lu harus disiapin dari bawah. Coba deh. Lu mencet dulu. Ntar lu tahan, itu kan nggak langsung bisa ngedive.
Reload. Bring them down.
Yellow, woman.
Lu cangkut.
Smoke's down.
Where are you? Enemies block sight. Cleanse the spike. Reloading down. Placing swamp grenade. Take them.
Mark 2.
Turret out.
Bring them down.
Found one.
Blok.
Reloading.
Turret destroyed. Here. Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
And a current division.
One enemy remaining.
I know every move.
Oh, lu masih pencet 2 kali E-nya ya?
Iya.
Get a pick. We
Cek
moving.
2 kali.
Got it?
Oh, alah anjir.
Kalau dulu bisa langsung ngedive.
Iya, makanya itu maksud gua, Bill.
Sekarang lu pencet dulu, ntar abis itu pencet lagi. Harus ada aba-abanya. Tapi harus ada cooldown ya. Bukan cooldown, itu apa? Pokoknya gitu loh. Ada batas waktunya lah. Sucat platform. Goblok.
Spike down mid.
Gua liatin lu terbang.
Reload.
Launching smoke.
Nature girl down.
Mereka di B itu.
Initiated. Placing sentry.
Spike planted.
Placing. No charges left.
Screens, Omen.
One enemy remaining.
Kiri lu. Nanti.
Last player
Ya,
standing.
anjir.
Ini ditahan di belakang. Nggak kelihatan lagi.
Itu dia jadi di balik box itu padahal. Fuck, gua nggak bisa pakai nih hero anjing.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just
Gue
shoot.
bingung, kayaknya
You have to think.
ada dua, tapi cuma kepake cuma bisa sekali.
Hah, masa?
Iya.
What's this?
Welcome to my world.
Emang apa gue kagak
I'll
ada?
pick your trail.
Oh, fuck. Brim, Rena.
Wih,
Nice.
enak nih lawannya nih. M-nya bisa begitu.
Bisa
Komen
ditahan
lo,
dulu.
100.
Down. Bring them down.
Gobi.
Launching smoke.
Oh, di sini itunya.
No charges. We'll catch them. Where are you? No charges.
Udah robotnya goblok.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Komennya low sih. Darah lu 1.
Nggak dikoi doang itu.
Stim beacon down.
Brim, you got your ult.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh, gila,
Not so
gila,
tough
ngeri
after
banget.
all.
Ini lawannya kayak Iron.
Reina. After you take from the fallen, what remains?
Enak ya, bro.
Makes me wonder.
Enak.
Grabbing gear.
Kayak tadi mau mati.
Can I get this? Thanks.
Oh, ini harus disiapin dulu sekarang. Aneh banget, tai.
Iya. Habis kan di nerf dia.
I'll find you.
Multiple enemies B.
Blocking sight. Reloading. Take them! Bring them down. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Spike planted.
Careful here. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Nothing's perfect, but that was perfection.
Gun here.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Oh, abis ini gue tahu belajar apa. Raje. Woi.
Lompat-lompat kayak kelinci.
Udah tuh gue belajar ini aja langsung 10 gue bil. Enak kalau bisa hero yang langsung masuk ini ya. Enak kalau lawannya cukup sebenarnya.
I'll find you.
Placing alarm bot. Bring them down.
Reloading.
Spikes down. Placing swarm grenade. Poison's gone. Placing swarm grenade.
Ayo lagi
Bring
dulu.
them down. Take hold.
Bin ambilin phantom gue bil.
Found them.
Enak. Beli spot.
Last player standing.
Capek deh.
Sky screens, my bad.
Oke banget.
Gue ada ulti lagi.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
Sudah mulai Valorant champion.
Lagi ini, lagi
Their
tanding.
fears betrayed
Yeah.
them.
Goblok. Buang.
I have the time.
Ih, apaan sih anjir lah.
Enemy down.
Nembak gak ada yang kena.
Where are you?
Bring them down.
Mid.
No charges. Bring them down. We found one.
Reloading.
I've got your trail.
Dia nggak cancel dong anjing.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Dia keblend sendiri dong.
Iya, mana sih? Cover me.
Spike planted.
Senjata lu ganti bil, itu ada 4 second di situ.
Mana nih?
Bukan 4 second yang itu tuh. Nah,
Ini baru second.
ini bukan ini apa?
So gue for second.
Go get the AFK bro. Go get the AFK.
Nggak ada. Nipu.
Ada di dalam. Masuk dong. No. Kan nggak
Oh,
dicek
iya.
sama lu.
Freeze, asshole.
Oh iya, bukan for second ini.
Kalau nggak mau kasih
I
gua nggak
open
apa-apa.
their mind. Find
Suaranya enak.
Udah jadi. Thank you Ger. Orangnya mana? Nanti bilangin thank you ya.
Punya gua nggak gear.
Apa? Iya.
Stay safe.
Where are you? Mark one.
Bring them down.
Enemy spotted. Here.
Bring them down.
We found one.
Here.
Spike planted. Take hold.
Here. There, take them!
Reyna.
Mark one. One enemy remaining.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
Bomnya jatuh.
Reloading.
Serot.
Reloading.
Blocking sight.
I'll find you.
Ya, terbang doang tuh kata CT.
Bring them down.
Smoke's down.
Bring them down.
Gotcha.
Tuh ada tuh.
Reloading.
Top screen.
Enemy current position.
Bawa kiri. Naik itu belakang lu.
Last player standing.
Anjir.
Who trained you?
Lah,
Nanti.
cari skin nih, geblek.
Satu
Last
mau mana
round in the
guna.
half.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't
Biasanya
waste
gue
your firepower.
10.
Reloading.
Reloading.
They are mine. Bring them down.
Welcome to my world.
Goblok gak kelihatan.
Enemy spotted B.
Enemy spotted B.
Nature girl
I'll
down.
find you.
Ya, anjir.
Bring them down.
Fully smoked.
Hidupin gue dong.
Siapa yang hidupin?
Swamp grenade. Placing swamp grenade.
Spike planted.
Alarm bot out. Area clear.
We'll catch them.
The hunt begins.
Reyna flanking.
Epong. Snowman.
Last player standing.
80.
Enemy down. Open up the sky.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. No time.
Clutch.
No time.
Switching
Dreams are a funny
sides.
thing. One little twist, and it all turns dark.
Batu musuh sonuk. Mentang-mentang gue baru belajar.
Where are you?
Marked one. Spike down mid.
them down.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike mid.
The spike is here.
Still in sight.
Launching smoke.
Ih, gue bingung udah pencet E-nya kagak bisa langsung pencet loh. Itu dia ada delay-nya anjir. Mesti nunggu asapnya keluar dulu.
Emang tunggu berubah jadi cahaya celananya.
Jelek.
Spike down mid.
I'll find you.
One enemy remaining.
Mati sama bot.
Itu kayak bukan nama
The
bot.
spike is here.
Alarm itu.
Best AFK. Beneran AFK tadi gue liat.
30 seconds left. Team Ace.
Now this pleases me. Race it to the spike sites.
Aduh duh.
Beneran nggak bisa langsung dipakai loh. Udah pencet E spam 2 kali aja nggak bisa langsung maju dia.
Surat.
Defenders win.
Okay, time for coffee. My treat.
Kurang tahu deh. Gak pernah pakai.
Gak bisa, gue udah pencet BieL, orang gue dari pencet E. Kan gue udah nyalain tuh. Gue pencet E lagi kagak mau. Kayak dia harus nunggu ada asapnya keluar dulu. Jelek ah, nggak jadi gue pakai itu tadi. Kalau kayak dulu gue masih mau dah.
Ya dulu itu GG banget sih.
Enak, lu bisa ngedive terus langsung. Habis ngekill bisa ngedive, habis ngekill bisa dive. Ya gue belum ada raja tapi ya. Ya gimana dong? Beli aja langsung kali ya. Unlock 200, purchase.
Purchase.
200 berapa?
250.000
doang.
Wah.
Ya, lama dah. Nggak bisa main race gua.
Match found.
Bain. Bain.
Ih, jet gue diambil dong. Wih, duel semua nih, mantap nih. Nega, wih deh, gue udah pakai nega nih, mati lo kalian semua.
Mantap.
Nega, how are you nega? I love it nega. Billy Niga. Billy seneng kalau dibilang Niga dia. Billy Niga.
Nega.
ID lu ganti dong.
Apa?
Bill Niga.
Enggak, jangan.
Atau enggak Niga Bill. Bill Niga. Ayo, come on Niga. You can do this Niga. Niga artinya apa?
Apa hitam?
Oh. Lu hitam nggak Bill?
Hitam.
Anjing. Oh ya udah. Aduh, Bill jangan sedih Bill. Jangan sedih Bill, gue juga hitam kok. Cuma hitaman lu.
Anjing. Goblok.
Bangke Bill. Maafkan aku yang terlalu jujur. Jangan sakit hati ya Bill ya.
Great. I'm thinking I'll hit the
Lo harus
gym
maklum
later.
punya teman
You
seperti
in?
ini.
So long as it's leg day.
Gue orangnya susah bohong Bill.
Ih, susah bohong.
Yoi.
Shit.
Yalah main langsung lah, kelamaan. Ini kalau ores gue langsung lompat maju nih.
Emang nyampe?
Nyampe lah, syung gitu kan.
Gun here.
Syung, sut, cat,
Cerut.
pelat, poong. Gimana kalau gue bakar terus itu pada lewat?
Mati dong.
Imun namanya imun. Ngentis.
Reloading.
Au.
Hawk out! Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Reloading. Stealing sight. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Wih, temennya paha ajaib. Mantep nih paha ajaib.
Camperin tuh.
Last player standing.
Bengong deh.
Gitu anjing. Micin lu. Makan lu.
This one is so
Parah lu.
bright. Don't worry.
Makan micin lu. Ntar lu bego gimana? Pusing gua. Udah lu bego, gue ikutan bego. Terus siapa yang ngurus kalau bego semua, Cok?
Embarrassing.
Ya, PH ajaib.
Masa paha ajaib.
Reloading.
Gak enak kalau nggak bisa langsung masuk ya. Sofa di sini
Cover going out.
nih.
Shadows traveling.
Itu Spectre kalau nggak salah. Blind ke depan deh. Gak kena, itu MD goblok.
30 seconds
Ajar
left.
di pantai.
Last player standing.
Ada teman nih.
Spike down A.
Paha ajaib. Nah, apa itu?
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Hawk out!
10 seconds left.
Blinded.
Team Ace.
Abu udah lu masukin kandang belum? Ntar dia kencing sembarangan loh. Ngapain sih masuk sana lagi di wall? Sini aja.
Here.
Harusnya tadi gue yoru ya.
Mana ada?
Ada, gue udah beli. Gak enak, gak bisa masuk cepet gua.
Here.
Someone's
Cover going out. Blinding.
Iya lo, bingung kan lo? Ah, sama.
Careful now. Reload him.
Shadows traveling.
Ada flank, one flank.
Time to hunt.
Buat sini aja. Ya lu.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Spikes down.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Hookah.
You think you can kill me, bitch?
Per second.
Okay, nigga. You can kill me,
Now we're on
nigga.
the right path. Let's
I
keep
need a
going.
drop. Tak.
Sucat platform.
Ada pensil, apple,
Pan.
apple pen.
Lo mau pick?
Santai, sabar. Dia pasti ambil. Saya dia mau. Dia juga apa?
Careful.
Come on, let's go. Concussing.
Cover going out.
Okay.
Someone's B. Going up. Right there. Look sharp. Flash out.
Belakang nih.
Still inside.
One elbow.
Ya anjing.
One enemy
Will
remaining.
not kill my ally.
Goblok.
One enemy remaining.
Elbow. Sofa elbow.
Planted. Your tiptoes. They're all forever.
We know what we're doing. Trust each
need a
other
drop.
and we'll be fine.
Can you drop, bitch? Thank you, nigga. Padahal tadi gua panggilnya bitch loh.
Dia dengarnya bridge sekali, bridge.
Tadi gua panggilnya, can you drop, bitch?
Enemy spotted B.
Ada Yoro nih. Heal. Sky, heal.
Healing over here.
Thank you.
Time to hunt.
Shadows traveling.
Scout destroyed.
Many enemies.
Still inside.
Reloading.
Just go A.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Hey, go B.
Go A, bro.
Yeah, coming.
Careful. Our carrier is dead.
Ya, oh
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Last one was.
I have the spike. Spike planted. Shadows traveling.
Hawk out.
Main, main. Oh,
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Sucat platong.
Sorry. No.
Sorry.
Kita nggak bisa rush ya, langsung brum gitu, brum.
Brum, bisa sih. Keblend ini ya sama Yoru.
Watch your eyes!
Gue yang buta. Gue blind.
Blinding.
Flash!
Cover going out.
Clearing out! They're super dead. Reloaded.
That's the spike.
Spike carrier's down. Careful
Cover
now.
going out.
Spike down B.
Come on, let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Ada senjata.
You got fire in your eyes, Phoenix. I like that.
I like that.
I like it, move it.
I'm ready.
Shadows traveling. Right there. Watch them run.
Itu lu ya?
Iya.
Blinding. Sage killed.
City.
Reloading. Flash out.
Still in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Ya nggak dapet gua.
Si perut jago juga.
Paha ajaib,
That
paha
have to be
ajaib.
good to be dangerous.
Can't even remember the spike.
Iya geblek.
Padahal gua deket loh, Bill.
Emang manusia abadi.
Good. Cover going out.
Dapet mereka. Keren juga.
Nowhere to run!
Keren TP nih.
Spike planted.
Careful now.
Hawk out! Let's go!
Dari mid.
Hawk out! Enemy spotted A!
One enemy remaining.
That's it, return!
Crispy.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Untung gua di ulti sama si itu. Kalau enggak itu shotgun aja yang nungguin gua depan pintu. Oke.
Sorry. Tak.
I am everywhere.
I am beninging.
Watch your eyes! Watch your eyes!
Shadows traveling.
Someone's B.
Mau gue plan.
Stay in sight.
Spike down B.
Going up!
Balik kotak nih.
Cover going out.
Bukan di balik kawan.
Waduh, kan.
Ya PH. Belakang lo ada tuh.
Last player standing.
AFK mulu nih anak.
Namanya juga paha ajaib. Kalian mau tolongin gua nggak? Buka lemari itu. Ambil liquid. Ih, parah
30
Ellen.
seconds left.
Hah? Parah Ellen. Jangan bilang-bilang Ellen. Ntar gua juga nggak bilang-bilang deh Ellen. Yang satu, yang depan. Nasi goreng.
Nasi goreng.
10 seconds left. Flawless.
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr.
Kecing.
Yeah.
Cing.
Terus krrr, cing 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 cing. Kencing cing cing kencing. Billy kencing di celana.
Boleh tuh.
Lu gak ingat dulu waktu lu SMP kencing di celana aja?
Mana pernah ontak?
Kamu bener kan gak ingat?
Mana pernah anjing.
I will bring the light from them.
Sekarang bebas.
Joke's over. You're dead. Who's next?
I got enemies, hey!
Kobe aja nih.
Di wall, kalau mau dari sini.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Going up!
Spike planted. No charges.
Last player standing.
Backset kete.
Ya, ini gua ke dulu ah. Kebelet gua nahan kencing.
Kira,
M-nya langsung gak crispy.
kira nahan beban hidup.
Oh enggak dong. Beban air yang mau keluar tuh susah ditahan.
I will take back what is mine.
Udah mulai weh. Itu Odin. Enggak lah. Udah gue beliin. Mati semua dong. AFK. Ih, sudah mulai. Mulai gila. Bisa lah gantian. Ya, salah pencet. Bridge. Drop spike. Drop spike. Shower. Tuh. TP. Nice. Untung dapat semua tembakan di. Bisa itu tuh mulu TP. Ih. Hilang disilang. Ya, buffer. Ada nih. Biasa mau nge-skin. Kalau nggak ada skinnya nggak bisa hidup. Berarti emang goblok. Dia tuh. Goblok. Nembak apa? Wih, udah beli aja. Kalah senjata. Elbow 2. Di depan pom. Full lah. Iya. Gue balik ya. Skin apa nih? Serem banget. Yang ini ke base semua. Lu mati kenapa? Lu kira bisa nge-heal? Goblok, kaget gua. Ini potong bebek angsa. An! Dapet. Ini. Langsung dapet. Tibek dulu anjing, orang Indo. Fast dude, fast. Ntar lah. Goblok, geter amat. Anjing di sono. Iya. Setnya masih ada. Apa enggak ya? Ya ya. Oh, masih drop. Udah, ke flash gua. CP dia. Dari mana anjing? Di flash sih tadi anjing, gua gak kelihatan. Udah gua masuk. Black. Ada nih. Di hoki. Tembus belakang. Bebas. Gua kuesi dulu deh. Iya. Lah kok. Oh ya udah. Yuk. Nggak jelas.
Take a look at the replay. They played the ult situation perfectly there. The swing from Chichu is exactly as Jing loses his showstopper, but Kankan goes for another one of those big flick up kills, misses it that time, and allowed Divine an opportunity in to get his resurrect off.
Second timeout for PaperX.
That's absurd.
In the first half.
Burning both timeouts by the time you get to round 7. I think that shows the pressure, actually.
Yeah,
the
PaperX scrambling potentially a little bit as well. You think about a team like Edward Gaming coming into this one. You know, no one really expects his team, you know, newcomers to the global stage. First time they're really playing against top competition, up against the finalists of Copenhagen.
Yeah, I think it bears mentioning how much bigger PaperX are as a team than anyone they've had to face so far. EDG have actually done a great job. They stomped their way through East Asia LCQ. They beat Northeption, who went out in groups at Copenhagen. That's pretty good. And they played against 4 other players in that LCQ that had been to a Masters event before. But the rest of the field was somewhat weak, somewhat untested. This, though, is a total...
Tapi apa ya, main di Pearl yang kita ngebayanginnya bakal masih ngeraba-ngeraba ya, tapi kayaknya kelihatan movement dari Edward Gaming udah sangat-sangat meyakinkan.
Making sure to get rid of the horn there, allowing Haldon to stay in his tough position.
The wall bangs! That's going to be the face, though.
But here comes Kankan. All of this delay from the rest of the team allows him to get a timing.
Just making a bit of noise. That is going to be the kill picked up. Still, PaperX are in control of this mid area. The spike just dropped down. It looks like they are starting to vacate back through mid. Still have control of it. Haven't broken the trademark just yet, but they know it's there. It's been in play for quite some time, and it's up to nobody. See if he can rattle off a couple of shots. The angle's lost at the end of the day. What is that? A flick of the wrist, and Jing removed from the action. One way to punish him.
And now you get a chamber battle in mid. Forsaken with the tour de force. He reads the play from Kankan, but can he read the second player coming from the same direction? Is there any hope here of Chichu being able to get this round on the board? Not after a bit of bulldog spam coming through the doorway. Chichu's given away his positioning.
Yeah, and Forsaken should be favored in this fight, obviously, with the tour de force in hand. Easily done.
And PaperX pick up another one.
Okay.
Clean anti-eco, despite the best efforts of Kankan and nobody. Already, Brent, we're seeing this individual talent from EDG.
Yeah.
The flick shots have been absurd, the spray transfers already.
There's a big question for me, I think, as well, coming into this. How were Edward Gaming going to be competing against the top talent of international competition like this? They played against talented players before. They've shut down talented players, but when you're on the global stage, when you're at champs,
it all gets harder.
It gets much harder. Who will I spot and were they able to keep it stepping up? Are they going to still play with this confidence? The answer so far has been yes.
Once more, PaperX looking towards A. Their composition doesn't have answers for the B side of the map. You saw that with Kankan pushing up in the prior on the Thrifty. And this time he's playing in mid. He realizes PaperX are not going to walk into him. And that is just info for another Kankan peak. Forsaken's under crazy pressure, and he has to rendezvous away.
We're being watched though by Mindfreak. Smart enough to back away, still works his way into a bit of a deeper angle there off to the side. Being swarmed by multiple players. Kang anticipates it, does not have any sort of rendezvous setup, but goes for the read pick. This guy is...
He's crazy.
Just insane. But now the util dump onto the A side. Players working their way through. The boombot, the Prowler, the Hawk being broken down as well. It's going to be that 1-for-1 at the end of the day. The fight was being taken all over the place. Spike is still going to get planted now onto the A side. Forsaken making sure that just slight angle over the wall.
This is an aim labs workout.
One.
You're kidding
After
me.
another, the bullets just being spammed out. Bit of distraction, no time for Howdong to work his way into the back of the site. Somehow gets away with 2, but only just now is the wall being broken. Forsaken makes sure that he doesn't lose his confidence, takes this fight, takes the swing.
And after the 5-round lead that EDG put on the board, PaperX have answered back with 3. 2 of those being gun rounds. So EDG now feel pressured themselves to take a tactical timeout. And really, it's the same kind of thing happening. PaperX are being able to get onto the A side, trade out effectively, and play post-plants with advantages. So timeout for EDG. How do they want to address this? In reality, they've actually been pretty good at adjusting their defensive setups.
Yeah.
For 5 rounds, what they were doing was working, so they had no need to shift it. Thrifty came in, Kang pushed B, that added a different flavor to the round. This time around, Kang was playing aggressively in mid off the back of nobody, and I thought that that was a good idea as well. They've identified that Forsaken is lurking through mid and should be a target that can be punished. Forsaken, though very intelligently playing around his rendezvous and Mind Freak's support, was not punished in the same kind of way that EDG wanted.
Exactly. Containing that mid presence that was being showcased.
I think EDG now want to be playing aggressive on A. They tried it once. Off the back of Benkai using his Nightfall, nobody was able to get up aggressively, and Chichu got the 2K spray down. That's the kind of round that I want to see coming out from them again, actually, here. And they've got 3 players stacked up. It does look like they're going for something similar. However, this is the one time PaperX go B, reading it after the timeout. What a gorgeous call by Alex Obenkai.
That's the trouble. The map is so big, honestly, that when you commit this many players over towards one of the extremities, one of the main positions, they're not going to be able to help out the players who are locking down B, but it's up to Howdong. Kang will see what they can do. Teleport back. It is an off-ankle play. Howdong's lucky to get the 1 there.
Forsaken with an immediate trade. And now the question for Benkai is, do we pump the brakes or do we commit to this one?
Slow orbs being sent through. Not many bullets left in the chamber of that one. And that's going to be just a quick tip-tap there of the Vandal at play. Okay, sidestep with the movement there. They're going to be smoking off the trade map, but Mind Freak hears it.
He hears everything.
Knows exactly what's occurring. Does he expect a second player? The answer's no.
And Chichu with another opportunity for a clutch. In the 1v2. Chichu is actually the player left in the clutch scenarios, the 3rd most in the tournament. He is so comfortable in these kind of spots. Wins almost 20% of them for EDG. But in this one, he's got a massive health disadvantage.
It's not exactly favoured. Snakebite sent into the back there of Elbow. Wants to try and isolate one of the fights, but this crossfire that's being set up by PaperX, that's hard to break through. And yeah, Forsaken's able to take contact. That was going to be a swing there as well from Benkai, so very winnable for them. And so far, PaperX on a bit of a heater after burning both of their timeouts.
Definitely worthwhile getting those 4 on the board. EDG's aggression on A, though, didn't get spotted. If I'm Howdong thinking about how to IGL this round coming up, I'd be very tempted to go for A aggression again. PaperX are unlikely to hit B. I think that was the kind of strat that you pull out after an opponent timeout. You're going to go back to your default kind of setup now. So I want to see EDG react to this, and it looks like they're going for it again. Aggression towards A main, as Jing also gets on the line early.
Double satchel play, flash over the top. That is on a multitude of targets, but this Vipe Ball in the way. It's going to offset that aggression once more.
Almost
this is going on.
Almost a bit of anti-synergy there as well, stuck by Chichu's own wall.
Kang has to respect the smoke being pulled back as well. Wasn't certain of the positioning, he no longer could hold that angle safely.
But there are 4 players here stacking for EDG on A. They know this is going to be an A commit. PaperX have just so rarely been going to B.
Yeah, it's honestly a complete sacrifice of mid-control, isn't it? They've got that Prowler's unfortunate. On the side of PaperX, we're hoping, I think, to just avoid it.
And that's continuous information at the 55-second mark that PaperX still have players towards A. If you're planning to pivot into a B hit, I don't think there'd be any reason for you to still be in this area. I think that's good info that EDG can keep 3-4 players here. These star setups are really cool from Mindfreak.
Yeah, everything being dropped down, but not enough done before, ahead of the time, to try and burn down a bit of the Viper's fuel. So that orb is going to be blocking them up at the choke points. Late lurk there through Art.
The question is, which do EDG commit to? Do they stop the sight hit or the lurk? Forsaken's just going to be taking a fight right to them once more. The flank's going to be shut down. It's going to be a resurrect in play. Benkai's making sure that he shuts that down, holds it down still. It's going to be the spike. Has to get planted now with 11 seconds onto the clock, and Mindfreak was capable as well of watching just a deeper position that was being pushed up on. Vice position given away, and Kankan with the trade early.
Lovely shot as well, positioning gained from the Haunt.
And Jing does not let him get away with anything. Paper X have tied it up after being down 5 rounds in a row. This comeback has been nothing short of excellent and exactly what you would expect from a team as quality as Paper X. Not allowing things to rattle them whatsoever and halting the momentum of a team that... I mean, when we... When we had heard interviews with EDG coming into this, they talked about the fact that they would probably be nervous in this first game. Getting onto a 5-round win streak is massive for them. And now, some of that momentum taken away.
Full stars in play. Oh, it's an entire cluster of bodies are going to be met at the top side of B here. You can feel the utility just being tossed out to the side. Smoggy's in a world of hurt right now. They drop down to his feet, vulnerable on top of it, but nobody still with the Marshal in his hands, holding for a bit of a wide swing on top of it. This is particularly dangerous now.
All of these rounds end up coming down to the wire.
Right inside of the smoke.
With a Marshal.
I mean, up close. Forsaken is low enough now that the body shot might be enough to do it. No. Eventually finds his target. But a gun has been acquired. Chichu working his way out the back, and this guy, he is a clutcher. He's known for it. Spike planted. Mindfreak tries to take the fight as well. Down to that 1v1.
Chichu has the Viper's Pit to work with here too. Worried about Forsaken peeking in from that back elbow position. There goes the pit. How does Forsaken respond to this one? You want to try and get in the pit early if possible.
He has to, but just far too slow. And that's going to be the 6th round here for Edward Gaming. Chichu just too consistent in the clutch. Great decision making as well to isolate the angles of which a fight could be taken with the Viper's volleys coming out into elbow.
Last round before the switch.
Chichu is in these positions so often. The people left in clutches the most are Chichu and then Shao, Scary, you know, like big names of the clutches. And Chichu has been good for it domestically, within China, within East Asia. That is the momentum you need to give you some hope heading into the final round, into the next half. Can EDG put a 7-5 together here?
It's a great Red Bull clutch to start things for them.
Bring them down.
Both chambers with the tour de force. It looks like Paper X might be faking a bit of B control right now. The spike's still in top mid. I don't think this is going to be a commitment over towards B. The idea just being to pull the EDG players around. Still 3 of them looking to anchor A. Not biting on it just yet.
Still that presence from Paper X as well, as they're just poking and prodding into the mid area, hoping for players to be working their way into their line of side angles.
Face your fear!
Made an attempt, okay, well, Nightfall's going to be coming through. That does force out the null command.
And there's still enough time here to just cancel.
Yeah, if they wait this out, Jing is going to have the showstopper, but this is an important fight to take. Kang! You got to be kidding! Tour de force, players dropping like flies, and they know that the position is contained. Finally, no suppression at play. A bit of an exchange there. Bullet for the rocket. It is that 1-for-1. Mindfreak. Oh, he's got a lot to do. Okay.
Mindfreak now in a 1v1 against Haodong. The IGL. Is he going to be able to pull out a clutch here?
1 round and a half.
Mindfreak was so incredible at Copenhagen. Is he able to pull out magic again?
Stars available that obviously does not want to go into astral form. Haodong does have his own ult, and that's going to be the wall dropped. Hopefully isolating a couple of fights, but it is mind games on mind games right now between both of these players. How do really want to take it.
You do not want to be playing mind games against Mind Freak.
No. Star as well as in position. There's going to be a pull for Mind Freak.
The Star on the spike indicates an A main positioning here, I think, for the post plan. But Haodong is still looking towards Secret. He's got the right read if only he commits.
And now onto the spike. It is the wrong read. Mind Freak has played that impeccably. 4 kills in the round for him to finalize this half. And it's evened up for Edward Gaming and PaperX. Absolutely outlandish stuff that we've witnessed here in a Red Bull clutch.
This play is amazing and just gets PaperX right back into it for even. What a shot. What a play.
Perfect movement.
And Mind Freak managing to get the clutch out the end there.
Apa? Mentality breakdance, mentality break.
Players. You can feel how much it means for the PaperX. The watch party back in Singapore. Huge scenes all around. That's going to do it for the first half. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break down all the action thus far.
Thank you very much, Bren and Saisha. I'm back here with Mimi and Achilles. None of us are disappointed, are we?
It's everything I could have wanted
Yeah.
it more. Perfectly tied up at a 6-6 here at the end of it. It's just been action-packed the whole way throughout. Incredible clutches coming through as well. I'm just beside myself with happiness. This is great.
I want to talk about Kung because we didn't really get to focus on him too much in the
Sure.
pre-match, but he is a crazy player. You know how crazy he is. Do you feel like he went as crazy as he normally does?
Yes, and in some regards, a little bit more crazy than he did in the LCQ. This guy will just re-peak angles that you think nobody should mess with, and he will come up with value more often than not. He's nuts.
Yeah, there was so much trust put in him in that first half. He was so often alone towards the B side of the map. The sets were really cool from Edward Gaming, but I'm interested in what we're going to see into this second half, because again, there's been 2 solutions to this map. One for Edward Gaming has been that Astra Viper composition, which I think can really thrive on this defensive side. Now switching over to the attack, I'm wondering if they're going to struggle a little bit more, because when you're lacking that Sage, B is really hard to hit into. It makes you have to have an added element of complexity. It makes you have to lean into these splits, which for PaperX they weren't really doing. With that Sage, they could just be super execution heavy. So on this attack, we're going to need to see something different from EDG.
I want to see the Viper Wars, what they can do with the Viper, but I also think that, I know, Achilles, you are kind of weren't sure if 6 rounds would be enough for them as we were watching the game. I think it's enough. I think this is EDG could take this.
I certainly still have faith in this squad. PaperX, they're finding their stride and whatnot. They managed to bring it back for to close out that attacking half relatively well after considering how everything started. But I think they still have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I think the Fade Race is going to be really good on this defensive side. PaperX is great at those combos.
Well, let's jump back into game. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, Bren and Saisha, in the second half.
Certainly been shaping up to be an excellent series. 6-6 here. It feels like PaperX as well have wrangled back control, at least of the momentum of the map.
I think so much of it can still shift on this pistol round, honestly.
Absolutely.
And Kang, I said he normally has, a ton of duels. The most active player in Champions. He's even more active than usual right now. 13 and 10. Over a kill per round by a long shot in that first half. And he's going to be required to open things up here. You don't want to put too much of the pressure on your substitute Smoggy.
What he's going to be facing. Fight potentially kicking off in hard as well. In fact, yep, the players, they want to take it. Not afraid of any sort of aggression from both of these teams. It's very purposeful at that, and look at this still. Double doors locked down. That's going to be almost a triple face, as well as the players look to swing out and again regain control of it.
That's all 5 players from PaperX fighting in mid. Yeah. Way more than EDG were expecting to have to deal with. And any reactive play into B off the back of the Viper wall doesn't have the spike. I mean, there's just nothing to be done here. PaperX are all over it. Chichu's going to have to be able to pick off Benkai just to start this one.
It has to start here, doesn't it?
Toxin screen down.
The slight angle that Benkai is holding means that, yeah, all up to Kang. With 40 seconds left. They should know the positioning as well, I believe. Trademark was killed off over towards B. Yeah. They know that he's lurking deep, potentially behind them in the alleyways.
30
At this point,
left.
it's just a numbers game. You don't even mind losing a player early just to figure out where the guy is.
Yeah. Device jiggle. That's a wide swing.
Forsaken's on an off angle.
Yeah, needs to be safe hands though. Shots are actually being missed here, but not a lot of time on the clock for us.
What incredible patience there from the rest of PaperX. They bled Kankang out of his headhunter bullets and then immediately triple-faced him as soon as he started shooting with the classic instead. I mean, just gorgeous stuff. And that, I think, is one of the big differences between these teams, actually, is that PaperX have all of that experience to just learn when the aggression needs to be tempered heavily. Having said that, EDG have been pretty good at it so far this map, but they're going to get tested on the attack side, especially now that PaperX have taken the lead for the first time in the series.
This is where you might start to see them snowball that lead a little bit further. Obviously no spike plan here for Edward Gaming.
This is so fast.
Yeah.
Edward Gaming have found out where the trademark is, very common position from Forsaken, and just immediately ran on top of it.
Well, happy to give them control, it looks like, at the alley. Players roaming around that boombot, just refusing to die. Whole load of information being gained as well, and with the double face, Spectres easily enough to just chew through the bodies that might be trying to approach them. And again, just up to Chichu, who's obviously getting this late lurk in. But with the spike drop down, inevitable in terms of the round. At this point, you're just thinking about what to do next on your buy.
Yeah, I think this is a good time actually to take a look at the Viper setup. You can see here how his Viper wall from Chichu is denying information for PaperX and forcing them to play B aggressively if they want to see anything. And Chichu would have to pull off a 1v5 to win this round. It's a good start for him, but Jing shuts it down. But this Viper wall that he's using is one of the big things that PaperX are missing on their attack side, because it allows EDG to pick rounds where they can try and lurk somebody up B long, or put the whole team contacting up behind the Viper wall there as well. And so this looks like it's just going to be the same wall being thrown every time, and if they want flexibility in terms of their smokes on the rest of the map, that's Haodong's responsibility.
But this is the buy round now.
And a pretty healthy bonus for PaperX too. Forsaken going to invest an operator similarly to Kanka on the defensive side, and playing it in the exact same spot.
Yeah, slow orb off towards that choke point just to make sure that they can set up Forsaken. It's a very deep position being played as well. So far, early days for Edward Gaming. In fact, they are willing to give a lot of respect in mid, it seems.
Look at the two duelist players for PaperX, Jing and Forsaken, have so much control over the extremities here.
Yeah, so much space.
I mean, Jing is just getting monstrous information and only pays for it with a single wallbang bullet.
Still down to the minute mark in a round. It does have to be cautious now. Star being dropped, bit of spam through the wall. There's that trademark in place still that hasn't been removed. Trying to put a bit of a pre-fire off onto it. And you can see that's a trap play in motion. As soon as they even get a whiff of that being triggered, they try and go for a pull as well, seeing if they can capitalize, take any players down with them. But a fast pivot now into Art as well. Space needs to be gained, and it looks like it is that A split with the fragment off to the side, making sure nobody's inside that smoke.
And it's down to Benkai to see if he can grab somebody. Here comes Devi, super quick behind, didn't check the back of the box.
30 seconds left.
Down to Mind Freak. Smoke on the one side of him. Trying to stay alive here. Benkai into the back as well. That's going to be util dumped into it. The nade to try and push them back. On top of that, the satchel. Spike still not being planted. A fight. Oh, it needs to be taken. Forsaken with the operator. He doesn't want to overstep himself. Benkai's at the back of the side as well in secret. Just trying to deny it. The time is running so low now. Pinging it on the pre-fire angle. Fights are being taken.
Benkai.
But he just needs to spam this and he wins. He just needs to spam it and he wins. But he's found out. Ooh.
It's a close round, and one that EDG takes away with some very nice mid-rounding. There's another big question for EDG. When the rounds get tough, when the fast plays don't work, and you heard about it in the interview that Yinsu and Mimi were doing earlier, when the rounds get tough, and when the fast plays don't work, do they have those adjustments, those pivots in the middle run? And they did here. They faked a mid-doors push, immediately rotated everybody quickly through Art, and took a pinch into A, played the post plan with discipline. This is some great play coming out of EDG on their attack.
Good information gathered.
Yeah, that is a fantastic knife lineup. Perfectly catches onto Forsaken. Not only do they know his position, but most of the time that's going to force a rendezvous. Not for Forsaken, though.
And he's still disrespecting it, still holding this angle. It was smoked off, but Kankang's just lurking all the way through. Tries to get the spray down for the 2K, but eventually he's going to be shut down. But it has pulled players from PaperX on the defensive side, leaning over towards that B area. It's a Re-clear, it looks like, as well from Jing as he's making his way through Art into mid, making sure there's no late look plays over towards A.
Going 1-for-1 with the chamber does benefit EDG. Pumping the brakes here is a gorgeous call from Haodong. It's going to allow him to work off the Viper wall and deny information, especially with that trademark going missing. It forces Benkai to play towards mid doors, and now Jing's got some control over mid. Benkai can rotate back. EDG have an opportunity here to commit to B, but they've got to be quick now.
Yeah, they have to be fast.
30
The
seconds
information
left.
is already gathered prior. That's from Mindfreak. Nice sees over the top. That's onto just one of the players. Almost trying to go for this plan. Benkai.
Planted.
Oh, the angle is there. Wants to take the fight, but the weaponry was just not ideal. I believe just a stinger in his hands. It's going to be this flank coming up into the top of B. There has to be a player watching this angle now, and then you have it. Not quite enough to find the kill, though, and a nade. Oh, that is impeccable. That is perfect, but he moves his crosshair away.
Jing thought he got the kill.
He just assumed he had it.
Whoa, what a kill from Smoggy! And that allows him to deny the Sage Wall as well.
Portion of it blocked off.
17 health, no shot. He manages to pull off another clutch like he did in the first half.
He's pretty much just already given it up. No attempts to make his way over towards the spike, just seeing if he can take the guns away. Not even getting that, though. Just has to back away and save his own rifle in the play of things. 8-8 is going to be the scoreline here. Edward Gaming. And I got to say, I think this is a beautiful time to highlight it, Josh, here. Edward Gaming. It's their first time on the international stage. They're also playing with a sub in the form of Smoggy. They're going toe-to-toe with the finalists of Copenhagen.
Yeah, and that is spectacular. Of course, Pearl is a map that we don't have any info about. We don't really know how good PaperX are on this map compared to the competition. But I can tell you that PaperX look prepped, and they've got some good ideas, and they're playing the info game well, and EDG are still managing to find opportunities to outplay them. This is dead even currently.
EDG, they're a last chance qualifier team. They shouldn't have had a lot of time to prep on this map, on Pearl. It's the opener for us, and clean as ever. That's Kangkang. Easily a bit of a tip-tap there with a rifle. Spam as well, going to be supplemented with the help of his teammates. Nade over the top, and a satchel to be used. Jing, of course you want to take the fight again. Unexpected. Forsaken. Oh, you're taking some liberties with that one, Devi. Still safe hands, apparently, with the Sheriff in his hands. This is a half by a reminder. PaperX are quick to answer back.
And this could quickly get crazy. Devi now with a res online. There are two bodies here, but both in areas that it should be very difficult to get reses off. If you just wait for EDG to commit to a site, though, one of these bodies at least is going to open up.
You are divided.
Interesting wall.
Yeah, just cuts Devi off. I think Devi just wants to play quietly here. Just chill, play off the back of your ult. But Jing, as ever, going for it.
Showstopper's online. Does he want to use it? The answer is no, saving it for a rainy day because the Thrifty is in their hands.
What a round by PaperX. Just showcasing that they have talent in spades as well. Both of these teams have a wealth of it. Jing, this re-peek onto Kangkang is absurd.
Yeah, it's demonic.
Kangkang's got the most kills in the server at the moment at 16, and Jing is so unafraid. Of course, because he's Jing.
Let's go.
That is what you'll have to see. Oh, for players like these, what a joy it must be to be back on the biggest stage in Valorant. It feels like they were only just off the stage, PaperX. But you get that itch, it's got to be scratched. PaperX as well have not had to go through groups at any point this year. They were able to just go straight into playoffs and do fantastically in both of our Masters tournaments. Now they are in, I would argue, the toughest group that we have here at Champions.
Yeah.
Especially if EDG is going to be playing like this. And it's going to make for some fantastic games. But it's also going to test PaperX. Nobody is safe in groups like this.
I don't think so. Not when you're champions, obviously 16 teams, all coming together.
Bristling with skill.
Capstone of the year, isn't it?
It really is. And at the moment, PaperX managing to take that Thrifty and spin what should have been a 9-8 lead for EDG into their favor, pushing EDG back onto a Thrifty of their own. So in effect, that's a 2-round swing right there.
It's massive. It's one of those that you look back at in the VOD reviews, and it's that pivotal round that changes the entire map.
You can argue that's a 3-round swing. It goes from 9-8 to probably 8-10. as long as PaperX are able to stop a Thrifty on the other side of things. We haven't really seen this Viper Wall getting a ton of value. Maybe this is one of the rounds, but the trademark...
That's going to be the set play! The trademark, he gave Jing all the information, he double satcheled over the wall!
What a demonic set
You've got
play!
to be joking! And I gave all the information for the kill.
Get that one in a highlight reel immediately. I think Jing's been on TikTok.
Yeah, I am speechless at that one. But that's the kind of preparation, obviously, that you can come into a map like this with when you are PaperX. I've had all the time in the world off the back of Copenhagen to think about how you wanted to handle this map.
Benkai did say at the end of Copenhagen, we're always going to keep it fresh. We're still going to be playing aggressive. That was a PaperX special. And Jing follows it up, taking out Kankang, removing the tip of the spear here, takes out Nobody as well, cleaning things up. Jing had a bit of a slow start to the map, but now he's really fired up. All cylinders.
It's so important, I think, when you're playing against a team like Edward Gaming. You have to keep up the confidence.
And Jing's just messing with him. Jing is just messing with him for the divide flank. Ooh! Haodong reads it.
These are not players you really want to be messing with. Even Haodong eventually shut down, but there is mechanical ability in spades on either side for both these rosters. But this is the lead that we were talking about.
Show me that replay and try it in your own ranked games.
That is
what a gorgeous angle.
And it was off just the slight trigger there of the trademark.
I'll tell you what, if that is a heavy B hit, you could easily get 3 with a setup like that. And it makes the Viper Wall, it kind of neuters the Viper Wall. This time, possibly for the first round, Chichu choosing not to commit it over on B.
Looks like a faster play though, that's going to be no command and that Nightfall. Scatters through. Gonna get a one tag, of course the disrespect are being shown still by Forsaken, but he's gambled onto the wrong angle and kills are being found. One after the other. Benkai hiding behind the wall. This is a position that he's been playing time and time again, but does he have the teammates to try and bail him out of it? Bit of a spam angle. Things are there to try and line it up for him. The answer is yes. PaperX are coming through with the gun. Still the spike is planted, but damage more than done with the Resurrect online. It's now the 3v2. Have to play inside of this pit. Just spam it out, you might get lucky.
140!
Stray bullets coming through. Chichudo, now he's repositioning. Moving his way through, a tap of the spike. That's going to be, I believe, the pull to offset that. The back of their minds, they know that nobody's going to be onto this one and still taking the fight once more. Another tap, the smoke in play, and what? A clutch in the end of it.
With a Vandal inside the Viper's pit.
Just breaking all the rules, isn't he?
Every shot magnetic onto the head from Chichu there. And that, I think, just showcases how strong the ult is, too. Doesn't matter if Chishu's in a 2v3 with 10 HP. One bullet, I think, was all that he had. Oh, two bullets left. But that is the final bullet in the clip that, again, magnetically finds the head of Benkai. Chichu has been keeping them in this game. Kankang opens it up, and Chichu puts it to bed right now.
It's a very fast round off of largely pretty slow play, but look at this. All this positioning being gained up B long now by the defenders.
And this is the conditioning. EDG don't want to go towards B because of the trap plays, because of the trademark. Oh, Forsaken almost punished there.
Felt very low.
Love this Viper smoke as well. All of the Viper utility being used in combo. And if you use the trademark on B long, it's not there at mid doors. And that is what EDG have decided to pivot towards.
Angle still being watched though. Fight still needs to be taken. Mind Freak with that pull. Vulnerability, I think, onto Chichu. Tries to go for the wider swing, but that is great crosshair placement.
And those are the kind of fights that EDG winning in their online games where they just force the battle, but PaperX good enough to punish them for it. And now PaperX have infiltrated everywhere. Jing, Benkai, all the way into the attacker's spawn.
Yeah, this is chaos. Chaos just being sowed.
But that's the way that EDG like it. They thrive in the chaos.
No charges.
Haunt to try and re-clear, because obviously they're wondering, okay, are they on A, are they on B, are they in mid?
Haodong has a timing. Haodong has a timing to be able to get this plant down. And Smoggy could have tried to go aggressive, look for a pick.
Spike planted.
This is a very unorthodox plant location as well. Just just underneath heaven.
Smoggy's got a great idea here. He knows that Devi could be around there.
I'm wondering now. I think Devi is aware. I think he might have just seen the edge of his model. Double satchel play across. Tip tap there. Reset of the aim is good enough, but he is being flanked, I believe, from behind. Player from under there. Devi actually going for the wall to try and lock off one of the angles. It's a double face in the end. Mindfreak does win out that fight, and now this wall is causing all sorts of issues. Eventually will fade away, but the spike is being stuck. And again, the angles watch. Mindfreak, this guy is a demon when he's on the stage.
I had questions about Mindfreak's performance from Copenhagen, honestly, Bren. Mindfreak had poor performances at the global level for every LAN that he'd been to before Copenhagen. And then he turned up and he was talking about how much more seriously he was taking his Valorant performance. And I don't think it was a one-off. I think Mindfreak's incredible play towards Copenhagen seems to be replicating itself again in this map. He's kept up that pace magnificently with a 4K in that round, the ult to clutch things as well. And PaperX are dragging a lead, kicking and screaming away from EDG. If they're able to put away this anti-eco,
Flash over the top! Spam comes down with the Vandals. PaperX, they are going to be winning this one out. The reset of the aim. Benkai needs a bit of help surely from the rest of his team. Down to 15 health. And he is skipping and hopping away, but not quite. Warbang takes him out. 2v2 and a fast flank from Devi right behind them.
It's so quick. The PaperX players are flanking instantly on a map this large.
You don't anticipate it. You don't. Timing's been played off, but he has slowed it down. He's not going to be taking the fight to them. Just wants to try and contain.
And a lot of discipline for Forsaken.
Yeah. Slight jiggle and attack on that plan as well. They are looking to see if they can force out these angles. That is the one-for-one fight. Just being missed. A whiff from the bullets, Chichu. Oh, he wins it. What an important round as well. Would have been map point.
It's EDG with a thrifty conversion off the back of Chichu clutching once more. Chichu is so comfortable in these clutch positions, but that never should have been given to him. He baited out a swing from Devi and just dodged at the perfect moment to throw him off.
Yeah.
And can't pop off. Go get it, my son. Global stage. Why not? The finalists of Copenhagen getting brought to round 22 here, and you still couldn't call it. PaperX gathering all of their players up towards mid, expecting to go for some kind of crunch, but instead EDG, it's one of the first rounds where they pour players into B.
It's a fast play. Star still being dropped down. That's going to be a pull to disrupt it once more as they hit a plan, and that horse has not been dealt with. An easy spray down for Forsaken. The players lit up like a Christmas tree. Nobody's still trying to deal a bit of damage though in the midst of it. See if he can turn the tide of the fight. These smokes are causing a lot of issues for them. Another one popped up just to see. There's a gun in play. That's going to be picked up, and now they know the positioning, but works his way around. That's Jing again, causing all sorts of mischief in the play. Nobody sprays him. That's 4 kills in it for him now. 18 bullets in the clip. Position going to be revealed. This is a warbangable angle.
The horn didn't reach.
It didn't, but he's still slightly aware. Too many angles to watch for. Device should be favored. 125 health, and he knows the positioning of nobody.
Nightfall to play with if nobody thinks he has a moment to unleash it.
30 seconds left.
This one shot will do it. One shot is all it takes for Devi.
And he gets redemption for the previous round where he should have been able to put PaperX onto map point. Finally manages to do it himself. 12-10 the lead here for PaperX. And the fast play, this is one of the first rounds where we've seen EDG go for a fast play. And it did get countered. Nobody did a great job of being able to bring it back into a 1v1, but the haunt through the Viper wall, how quickly PaperX were reinforcing those B-side anchors. They had the read.
Just a slight miss on that protocol, I think, of who should be destroying the utility that comes through. But again, another fast play is being made. That's a Nightfall. Through a main. Counter play as well. It is a fake. There's not too many players. Bit of whiffage in play at the end of the day. It's Edward Gaming who are coming out on top. But now they have to deal with this one. Penkai. Oh my goodness. They just about see him. Either his feet giving him away or what. I'm not too sure. Down to Mindfreak. And this guy has been capable of real scenes before. But going to be leaving him. You can have A-site, mate. We're not going to be dealing with you anytime soon.
They've left Chichu here to cut off the rotate.
They're going to be hearing this.
But what happens in a 1v3 is that Mindfreak is actually given this opportunity to make it a 1v2. If he's aware that somebody could still be lingering, doesn't even think about it, and Chichu's gamble pays off. 11-12, one away from overtime. And what a bizarre round that was, Bren. And it knocks the PaperX economy back down onto a rough buy. Look at how this one played out. They fake the Nightfall into A. Counter Nightfall comes out as well. And PaperX decide to push into mid, anticipate. There can't be that many players in mid if they're Nightfalling A. And instead, everyone from EDG is ready to collect the crunch. What a massive advantage EDG have in this final round. Big ultimates online, huge economic advantage. This should be an OT map.
It really should. Expectations out the window, I think, for where we thought the map might be going. Not many people, I think, would have predicted Pearl as our opener.
Not at all.
Sort of force going to be unleashed.
Only Haodong towards mid, and PaperX has been getting aggressive.
Free clear.
So I like this passive positioning. He dodges the Prowler as well. And now, as the IGL, telling the rest of his team to fake with the Haunt over towards B and actually bring their players back. Look at how aggressive PaperX are again, though.
I think Edward Gaming are aware, though. Haodong's going to be calling that there was a deep Prowler.
I mean, he doesn't realize this time.
Timing is absolutely everything here. Right in their faces, a fight being taken, and of course your favorite there with a Stinger. Bit of an exchange of weapons as well onto the ground. That's going to be an upgrade for Benkai. There with the C's, but at the end of the day, they do have that positioning, and time is running so low now. Down to 40 seconds.
And look how PaperX go from being extremely aggressive up in mid to abandoning it completely. They can play with the time,
Really
with
smart.
the player advantage.
30 seconds left.
And EDG have to worry about all of these spots. They had everything to bring this to OT.
Find you.
And suddenly, it looks like it's slipping away from them.
It's turned on its head, it feels like, but with the Viper's bit down, there is a potential opportunity. Tap of the spike, but time is running so low on top of this, and Forsaken, that tour de force from earlier.
That's
well,
the
it's coming
spike.
in handy.
10 seconds
Spike
left.
dropped outside of the pit. You can pick it up, you can try and blind it, but your position, it is known absolutely everywhere, and there is not enough time on the clock. You have secured yourself in quite a pickle, young man. 13-11, that is the scoreline. Benkai can't believe it.
It is PaperX that managed to come away with the win on Pearl, but I gotta say, this was a smart pick from EDG. We'll only tell as the tournament goes on whether it's them that are good on the map or whether PaperX maybe, you know, aren't as comfortable, but I was not expecting map 1 to be this close between these two teams. I think PaperX have showcased that they have the talent and the awareness, the strategy to be able to contend with some of our best teams. If they can keep that up over the course of the series, it's still winnable. Listen, even if they lose, I think that this has been a spectacular opening showing.
I mean, when you consider the circumstances,
They're playing with a
live,
sub.
They're playing with a sub. Still, bringing it to the distance almost.
How different it could have maybe been.
Absolutely.
Have PaperX gotten away with one there, perhaps? Some awesome moments from the EDG players, but PaperX leaning on that experience, leaning on some very good calling by Benkai on a brand new map.
We could honestly see the series still go the distance, obviously, in this best of 3. Our opener here for champs.
Yeah, we've got a very good map for both teams coming up next. Icebox is going to be a slapper. Both chambers fighting, normally Jets on either side as well. What a way to open up champions. That map was a delight.
Yes, certainly it was. I mean, going the distance, I think as well, the confidence that the Edward Gaming players are showcasing has been second to none, and I'm so glad they've come and brought the battle to a team like PaperX as well. We're gonna go to a short break. On the other side of things, of course, our analyst desk taking down and breaking down all the action and gonna set up that critical map number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Push it.
Paper X. They're the first team on this international stage to take a win on Pearl. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Achilleos and Mimi. Again, we said this at the halftime, but I think that was everything we wanted to see from Paper X and EDG.
Yeah, it was such a cool matchup in this one because it was, for once, not only two teams that are stylistically similar playing on such a big stage, but also a debut for a very new map. And I think the ideas that both these teams showed us were really creative. So many little one-off plays. The preparation really showed for both squads.
Yeah, it was incredible the whole way throughout. I mean, much like we saw, Brendan Sideshow freaking out, we were freaking out on the desk when we had Jing do the double satchel over the top, get the rocket hit on, that push
So
coming
cool.
through from the B side. It was just great. And those are the kinds of things we were talking about, wanting to see those little lineups, those nice little niche plays that you can make from time to time on a new map. And there was plenty of that shown throughout.
Yeah, and it was impressive as well because for EDG, they're coming in with a substitute. Smoggy has to come through last minute. He did pretty darn well for himself as an individual, and everyone on this squad stepped up. I liked what they showed us in that first half on that defense with their double controller composition. I think PRX really had to change on the fly. And there was a couple rounds to take a look at here, and the first was just how PRX was playing on this attack. Their executes were beautiful, particularly when they were playing with this Sage. Really fast to claim space, get themselves onto these sites, and EDG, I think, sometimes struggled to adapt, but in the second half, it was different. It was very much defined by the mid control.
Yeah, they just wanted to have basically a chokehold around that mid control to make sure that they can just constantly try to funnel people into their positions. But I mean, PRX, despite the fact that this map is so big, you can tell that it's well versed for them. They're well aware of the rotations that are coming through from EDG, because when they have these deep rotations coming in from behind, they're perfect. They're making sure they have somebody poised. They're expecting somebody to come from that deep flank.
Yeah, and I think it is really cool as well, because both these teams had a very good understanding, not only of generally what the map identity is in being defined by that fight from mid. We saw that evolution throughout the second half. EDG was fighting there pretty much every round, and PaperX kept on throwing new ideas to be able to fight that through, but also for what works for their individual compositions. You have to play a different way if you're running that comp that EDG had, or if PaperX had, and both teams showed us those ideas.
Yeah, at the end of it, I just love that this really came down to the wire. We almost got ourselves into an overtime in the first map, first time ever seeing Pearl, and so many of these rounds were decided by Thrifty's clutches. Sometimes Thrifty clutches. very much push the pace a little bit here.
Yeah, I think also Devi is the one that plays Chamber here, right? Which is something that we don't see on the other maps. I think we're so used to seeing Forsaken. But Mimi, what do you make of his Chamber?
Yeah, it's been good in the past. Forsaken really only flexes when he's playing that lurk, which isn't always that same style that we see out of Devi. He often is. I mean, you said the two duelists. He's oftentimes playing it in a role just like that, where he does get quite aggressive with his team on the attack. On the defense, he's really flexible because you do have that fade to help with the mid control.
Yeah, I mean, this is also talking about Paper X. If they win this, they're going to be moving on to the next upper bracket of this group, which means they'll play the winner of Leviathan or a Team Liquid. And we spoke about this in the pre-show, but you don't want to be in that lower bracket in this group, because every single one of these teams in this group has the potential to make it out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we get to see all 4 of them play today. You know, what with that coming up as the second series, it's going to be absolutely crazy. So you want to be staying in that winner's bracket. Everything to play for here.
Yeah, let's jump into Icebox right now, throwing this over to you, Bren and Saisho.
Thank you very much, Insu. Yeah, we're going to be getting into the action very, very soon here. And Icebox is one of familiar territory, as the desk has already mentioned as well. This is where we get to see how are Edward Gaming going to be doing up against Paper X on a map that they are very familiar with and they are very comfortable with.
I think the big question heading into Icebox is, did Pearl make EDG look closer to our finalists from Copenhagen, or are they actually for real? Forsaken getting pushed away by the drone. Start things off, and it's Smoggy.
Early aggression. How do you come up with 2? And he wants a bit more. Fight still being taken, but that's going to be the right click and play. Chichu eventually dealing with him. A nice and easy trade.
Smoggy is a pistol demon. He did the same thing in round 1 of Pearl. Ran forwards, got 2 kills, 3 kills, in fact, on Pearl. Instantly with the Ghost.
At this point, 2 players remaining. Left scrambling a little bit, I think. If you are Paper X, you can see Benkai now forced to re-clear out through kitchen. Watching for that mid-push because A's been compromised for quite some time.
And look at how good EDG have been at pumping the brakes when they get into a man advantage situation on the attack side. They did it on Pearl. They're doing it again here as well. Just take a moment, pause, make the Paper X defenders spread out around the map. It'll set you up better.
A lot of damage done at the end of the day, but the kills returned for EDG.
And it's another great pistol round unless Mindfreak can pull off a 1v4. It just doesn't seem doable. Maybe if Haldon gives him a fight.
Yeah, not quite. Intelligent play, isn't it? Just a quick little peek. Jiggle for the info. Now crossfire setup, so.
And of course, Mindfreak worried that these players are just baiting him. Worried about a flank coming through. Kankang is there, but a long way away. And nobody's good for it. Shuts down both of those stragglers left alive.
And Smoggy in the pistol round again, Josh, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
I went crazy with it in terms of the pistols. And I honestly, getting off to a nice early lead, something to get the momentum going for Edward Gaming, I think bodes well in this map.
It definitely, absolutely does. The lack of life I thought was going to hurt them on this map, because life is their jet player. Smoggy hasn't really been playing jet recently. They don't have the same agent pools, at least on face value. But Smoggy looked pretty good there just on the pistol. Not that it required too much of, you know, the jet play style.
Sure, that prowess not really being flexed really, but still shots were found.
Kills are kills at the end of the day, aren't they?
Yeah, and they have bought into this one with 2 rifles. You can see that Kankang and Smoggy do have that in play. That's one of the headhunter bullets. Just got taken out in a double swing. Bit of run and gun, obviously, in play there when you got the Spectres. At this point, it's about making sure that you don't lose anybody else if you are Edward Gaming.
Spike planted.
Yeah, you want to try and keep this as clean as you possibly can. Haldon, only with a pistol.
Yeah, I mean,
shooting
sir,
the body.
you are literally reloading, son, because of that.
That is
bad manners costing you your life.
Okay, Kankang still got it under control. They're not getting punished for it particularly. And Haldong, of course, only losing a Ghost, not too bad. But I think that shows us a friendly rivalry going on here within the APAC. Head to head.
And these 2 teams, you might think as well, being from roughly the same region, they might be practice partners. They actually haven't played each other in quite some time.
And I don't want to get it wrong. These guys don't have beef with each other. I mean, Kankang was talking about how much he respected Paper X coming into the tournament. Said it was Paper X getting to the finals of Copenhagen. He said, as an Asian, it was an achievement that made me feel extremely proud. There'll be a lot of pressure and nerves for us to meet such a strong team for our LAN debut. I mean, you can tell that Kankang really does respect what PaperX have done in the past, respect the players as well, but always time for a cheeky...
Sure, a bit of confidence.
Bit of body shooting.
Show that you're not scared of the finalists.
Exactly. It just helps remove all the nerves, doesn't it?
I think a conversion here of this bonus round for EDG would be fantastic. Because again, bring up the same question that we did at the very beginning as well. Was the first map close just because of Pearl, because of that unknown quantity, or can they do it on a map that PaperX are particularly good at?
Jing is very aggressive up here on A, but it looks like the spike is heading over towards B. PaperX are very familiar with this kind of play, but Forsaken making some noise here, and there's two EDG players.
Taking a lot of damage, but the angle's still being watched.
Baited in.
Yeah.
And that's a nice player advantage to be able to cook up. Haldong's still left behind on what is going to become a strange late lurk. And on the other side of the map, despite not having many players here, PaperX have still denied the plant. That is unlucky for Mindfreak.
And I love this proactivity. Already taking the back of the side as well, pushing right past their own Viper wall here. Risks are being taken. And they are being rewarded for it. Eventually, though, that is going to be the trade. You can see the Jing was able to catch that one, and Chi-Chu well caught with a util out in his hands.
But not getting the plant down has cost EDG here. Haldong is on the latest lurk of his life. He spent all of that time, Bren, just trying to pick up a Phantom.
And not enough time left in this round to really do too much more. It's going to be the double face. Easily dealt with, and it was looking so good, honestly. I thought for a moment the game plan from Edward Game was to try and fight them in their spawn, you know, push past that Viper wall.
But it was only nobody that pushed through. It might have been great as a coordinated attempt. And listen, it's still a decent bonus round. They take two away. Here's the replay. Divide just being able to pick up those stragglers as they kind of just contested one at a time. Wasn't particularly coordinated once they fought at the end of that round. But EDG, like I said, it was still a bonus round. They've got 5 rifles coming into this. So now we get to see possibly just a single coordinated A push. The Viper wall going down at the beginning.
Not destroyed, you have to expect that somebody's pushed. When that goes down, kills are being found though, and yep, there you go. Dealt with. We'll jump up there onto the box, gives Kankang the angle.
And if you were wondering at the beginning of this game, were Forsaken and Jing just going to run over EDG, there's a round for you that answers the question. Taken down instantly by their counterparts, Kankang and, in this match, Smoggy. And I love the fact that they just pump the brakes every time that they get a player advantage. I think there is so many new teams to the global stage that will push an advantage as soon as they get it, without taking a moment to breathe.
Not willing to slow it down.
Never willing to slow it down, and that really was a concern for me with EDG, judging by how aggressive their players are.
Yeah, that's how they played.
But I think
LCQ.
I think they're looking good here. They're just making sure that every advantage gets converted.
And it was said as well, before it was rumored, it was said in the interview that we saw prior as well, that EDG really did get tested as well by teams the likes of Exet Optic.
In scrims, yeah.
Yeah, pushed them to improve. They've made radical improvements in that short amount of time that they have been here.
And they said they knew what the next step of their game plan would be. I think we're seeing it right here.
I think we're seeing it. Because there hasn't been this nuance before. When you watch their online games, if you're a fan of EDG, if you're watching that East Asia LCQ, you are seeing a step up, I think.
Yeah, I would
Despite
agree.
the fact that they're playing with us up.
Yeah, that's the impressive part, isn't it? And PaperX just forced a save in this round. Haldong had a lurk play going, actually, up towards the top of Tube. He just never got an opportunity to go for anybody. And now takes a peek into Divide and goes down, but that same kind of lurk play up through Tube could be a possibility. Look at how Smoggy just jiggle peeks that and is instantly looking for the player supporting Jing. This showcases to me that they understand how the top teams in the world are going to play. It's so easy for a team to forget that there's always going to be someone ready to support Jing.
Ready to bail them out.
But just noticing that there's going to be a trap there and being aware of where the player's going to peek from, I think that speaks very highly to how Smoggy and the rest of EDG are actually thinking about breaking apart these defensive setups. And it's another really good start to a match for EDG.
That cloudburst onto the recon. Does avoid all of that one and a dash back. But just before Forsaken collects that kill onto Kankang.
And it's still A aggression from PaperX, but it's much more proactive. Forsaken dropped down to 1 health.
Obviously being watched as well, just for that That mid approach.
And that was
playing there a lot.
Yeah, that was Howdon on the lurk. Last time he went up tube, this time underneath. And how does Smoggy and Nobody play this?
Take flight. That's the question.
Dangerous position to drone from. It's only Smoggy watching.
Really
now
is.
Smoggy trying to work off the back of the drone.
But entirely doable, I think. Position is known. They know at the bottom side of tube here. Nobody. It's back through. Recon's gonna be really good. He wallbanged him. That's oh my goodness.
What a play.
And Nobody has been elite in the online stage, but now a mighty task ahead of him. No bullets left. That Prowler just about latching onto his heels. 30 seconds remaining. Players are low.
30 seconds
Has
left.
to try and isolate a fight. On both of them, a single bullet will do it.
A single whiff, a breath onto Benkai and Forsaken would take them down.
And look at this play. The back of his mind. He has shown phenomenal game sense and mechanical ability. He contact plays towards A. Here's the footsteps, 10 seconds remaining.
No need for a headshot, but delivers it anyway. And he has his ult to play off, a shock dart, a recon dart. Nobody is so intelligent in these situations, and he is outplaying PaperX right now.
It's down to this. Forsaken versus the newcomer to the stage. And honestly, just the slightest bit of damage will do it. It's all about timing here. It's all about timing. Back to back. Where are the players playing up the ropes? I don't believe it! And a shot is found! An ace to clutch it through! Welcome to Champs!
What a play! Nobody, this is his map. This is his playground. His Sova here is phenomenal. Managing to pick off Jing to start things out, grabs the kill on Devi as well. And then this masterful clutch. Sure, on two players with barely a shred of health, but the way he played around the map was second to none.
Yeah.
And PaperX forced to take a timeout once more, very, very early in the map. EDG are getting off to hot starts. And PaperX are forced to adapt. Brent, they've thrown an aggressive setup where Jing was hiding in Nest with Forsaken ready to peek. They've thrown just aggression at them, where Forsaken, Jing, and Devi all try to fight a belt. And both times, EDG have dealt with it. They've had players in positions to absorb the aggression, clear angles, and create advantages for themselves that they're able to clear out.
Such a class performance so far. I was so excited to see as well this player Nobody on EDG, how he would go up against these players, because I think this is his opportunity to prove that he is a top initiator player in the world. He's got the skill, he's got the game sense that we've been witnessing in this series. He just needs the scalps. He just needs the trophies underneath him.
Yeah, I completely agree. Nobody has been phenomenal from what I've watched so far. He's a star in the making. From a quieter position, obviously, than Kankai. But one of the stats that jumped out to me, actually, about Nobody, out of the, what do we have, 80 players in the tournament or something?
Yeah.
He's in the 7th place for damage per duel. He's outputting huge amounts of damage even when he loses duels against players. His aim is fantastic and he takes such smart fights. Able to put his team in positions to succeed.
A bit of that early aggression. Fast control of B main. Orb going to be propped up. In fact, Mindfreak's even playing inside of this one. But Spam might do the trick on the half-buy here with the Stinger in play. Hops over the top of it. His orb is going down. He is isolated, but still gets away with it. Just the one on line. Forsaken's got the knives. How do you not get punished there? The wall over the top. This angle slightly ajar. It's going to be able to find this one, but now the Hunter's Fury to try and supplement it. Pushes it through. Nobody just pre-firing at all the different angles. And he gets the damage. Creates the space. That late lurk from Howdong enough to secure it.
And that's another gorgeous set play that EDG are going to run. Nobody once more setting up space for the rest of his team as Howdong goes for a lurk. There is thought behind the play here, for sure. Because look at the chaos that's created within the PaperX ranks as they had a 4-stack waiting to collect all 5 players at that point.
Every burst of the Hunter's Fury using to clear an angle. Push the players into Howdong.
And EDG actually look a little bit uncoordinated in terms of how they're getting the spike down on B, but they're being able to create enough pressure in mid that doesn't matter. Paper X are being asked some serious questions right now, but with guns back in hands, Jing opting for a more passive approach to the A defense. I think they've spotted where he's hiding, though.
They suspect this one, I think. Breaking down portions of the wall. This is where Jing is in a lot of trouble. He's isolated. With shots like this, Kangang is leading the charge for his team.
He always is.
A bit of resin play though, a bit of disrespect being shown, but that's off the back of these footsteps that are being heard. Straight through mid now into orange. It's up to Mindfreak. What can he lock down? Is this angle going to be cleared? Updraft over the top. Information gathered. Not sure if he looked down or not, but he actually did spot out the one player. The discipline was there.
What a beautiful clear that was. I mean, that was so well played from Smoggy and Howdong in particular. And now Paper X put in a horrible position to try and clear this. A crossfire in kitchen.
Just pinston, isn't it?
Yeah, ripping them.
Pincer play.
Don't know whether that's quite a verb, but I like it.
Teleport's ready.
It's all down to Defy and Forsaken. These rounds have been magic from Edward Gaming.
And just have to save these rifles. Back
Defy,
away.
almost.
Okay, they will get away with a couple of the weapons, but
This economic damage that they're doing to EDG doesn't matter.
Look at the bank.
The death from Defy is more important than any of it. Paper X managed to save a single operator, but no opportunity to get rounds on the board. And Bren, I think already our question has been answered. If we came into map 2 thinking, was it just Pearl that made EDG look close to our grand finals to Copenhagen? Nah, not at all.
Not the case.
Not the case.
I want to carry it away a lead like this.
Even if EDG have a comeback and are able to win the map, similar to Pearl, EDG, I think, have already showcased that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best. And I don't know whether they're going to be able to pull off comebacks like that repeatedly.
No noise cues, though. This is a lot of aggression, including that haunt. Being watch Prowler over the top. Got to suspect it. Got to know that the players are there. Indeed, the players obeyed. Forsaken. No Cloudburst in play. Can't cover his tracks.
Caught. Spike going down. All of the players from Paper X on the other side of the map as well. Howdong looking to pick people up.
Aggressive plays being made. The off angle, though. What? You have got to be joking.
I mean, that is a really nice play.
Teleport's
Just
ready.
flooding players into Howdong there allows them to get rifles back. Whoa! Defy!
There's no way. There's no shot. You can't be whiffing this one. Still collects the kill. Down to Mindfreak.
He
Noise bait.
has a Viper's Pit.
Yeah. Suspected he might be at the top there with a bit of a tap there. Now onto the spike, but this is going to be the late load. Straight through into mid. That's Chichu. Watching all the potential angles. 7 rounds now. Fairwood Gaming. These guys are so in control right now of their own destiny. Obviously, the stakes here. Early days in the group stage. Our first match of Champs 2022, but these guys are here to play.
Yeah, ADG are looking excellent. I think, you know, there's a couple of moments there where Paper X might be able to get back into the round, but look at the scoreboard. EDG are 7-1 up, and they've been able to win these anti-eco rounds. It's not like they're giving Paper X opportunities that are being capitalized on. Op. Out of play here as Kankan takes it up towards Belt.
And that is going to be the first kill found. What an impeccable one at that. No Mindfreak.
Here.
No Viper utility to try and block off 410 or any sort of aggressive play that might come into way. And you can see there's pace once more being injected behind this one. Just trying to clear out Maze, but they don't expect that Jing could be up top here. Viper's Pit is dropped down though, so these angles are not going to be quite as clear. Jing wants to try and drop down into them anyway. Wants to take the fight, but somehow, some way, Howdong once more comes through.
That is a spectacular round again from Howdong. He's a master inside the Viper's Pit. He just can't be stopped.
How is he getting this much value, man? He's using a Vandal in it as well. All the traces revealing his positioning.
But it doesn't matter because every shot's a headshot for Howdong.
Just robotic in terms of aim. Look at this guy.
Yeah. He looks fantastic inside there. And honestly, Brent, when I've been watching Edward Gaming, I would tell you Howdong is probably their weakest mechanical player.
Sure.
Maybe Chichu, but their weakest mechanical player is still better than maybe a third of the players in the tournament.
Yeah.
EDG's skill was never in question. This is a stacked roster coming out of China. And Haodong right now, 11 and 5. I mean, both Haodong and Chitu have found moments to put the team on their back. Haodong with his IGLing, with his performance, with his ults. Chitu with the clutches on map 1. It's been an all-round effort. And EDG are running away with things here.
Forcing another timeout here out of PaperX.
Brent, what would this match have looked like with a full roster?
Life was playing.
What
I mean,
on earth? Obviously, never a question that, well, maybe we'll get the answer later in the tournament, actually. But for now, purely speculation. But this should be, in theory, a weakened version of EDG.
Yeah.
Who knows how much time Smoggy's had to practice with them. Of course, listed as a sub and traveled with them to Istanbul, so they must have been somewhat prepared to run him. But this is spectacular. Just for context, EDG are putting the hurt on PaperX more so than even FPX did in the finals on Ice Boys. You know? This is a world-class performance coming out from EDG right now.
And those were the questions we had for this team. How are they going to be competing against the top dogs? Well, looking at that 8-1 scoreline, certainly feeling quite comfortable.
And they're actually playing quite controlled on these defaults too. EDG leaving not just Kangkang to watch over towards A, but multiple players. Was that just to spam through the smoke there? I mean, Benkai deleted.
And still pressure applied, but Kangkang, I mean, this guy just creates diamonds. You try and force the issue.
And he just goes for more, doesn't he?
Just relentless aggression. Willing to play confidently, take the risks, why not? Even against that half-buy.
When you're looking at Kangkang, Brent, he's the most active player at Champions, right? That means he takes the most fights out of any player in the tournament. Number 2 is Jing, number 3 is Forsaken, and Kangkang is still so willing to take these kind of fights. Obviously, this is an anti-eco round, but we've seen it all match so far.
Yeah. Honestly, it's what I was thinking, out of all these teams as well, which team is going to be most well-equipped for dealing with the kind of fundamentals that Edward Gaming love to have on display? It would have been PaperX in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, PaperX, FPX, these kind of teams, but there's Divine getting the better end out of Kangkang as he goes for the widest swing with his attack operator. Perhaps this is the round where EDG might be getting a little overconfident, but listen, I can't blame them. They're 9-1 up currently.
Deploying drone.
And the res brings Kangkang back online anyway. Puts him back on the line.
Well, that's going to be a push down for a Jew. Forsaken is dealt with.
And there's never a hole in this default. At least not one that PaperX can find. They exist on the map for sure, but it feels like EDG have a great read on where PaperX's players are going to try and challenge. Which areas of the map they're prodding and poking.
Bit of spam with the Vandal. Fearless. Fearless, man.
Yeah. And that's Haodong pinging out the position that Mindfreak is normally holding the smoke from. These players are learning so quickly on the global stage.
Contact plays, on contact plays. This time it's Devi's turn, apparently, to try and work his way through down into Tube, but again, just about brushing each other's backs, aren't they?
And the pit that's been used from Mindfreak, getting nothing.
30 seconds
Haodong
left.
finding the timing on everybody through mid.
Timing's not diving.
Apart from
Spike
Divine.
planted.
But this is brought to a 3v2, where once again EDG have site control. And apart from a couple of rounds early on in the half, they've been able to manipulate these defenders so well to always being set up on the angles first.
Intelligent from Mindfreak to be able to catch the one player out, but not quite. Edward Gaming not sleeping at the wheel, are they? The instantaneous trade, that is going to be the 10th round for them. Now we're getting into this last round of the half here, Josh.
I have not seen a half this dominant since map 1 of the grand finals, where the team that won Copenhagen destroyed PaperX on Bind.
Yeah.
And that, at least, there's some logic behind it, because PaperX's comp is very, you know, unidimensional, one-dimensional on Bind in some senses. It has to push you. This map, they're running a normal comp. EDG is just plowing them.
You want to
Standard
play?
play.
Let's play.
Draft as well, cuts up those angles, knives in play on top of it. Using the drone to clear through. No stranger to this one, obviously.
On the other side of the map, Forsaken and Jing will not be deterred.
Yeah,
they're pushing aggressively again, even though normally EDG have 2 players watching for this.
Blocking sight.
PaperX are getting good information on the other side of the map.
must say, nobody is one away from his ult.
Here.
Or kill will do it. Now that Viper fuel back up, it's going to be the snake bite drop down, and an updraft play all the way up close and personal. Taking position into this. Howlong's pushing forwards. Jing should not really be favored there. The fight's still being taken, but a Nightfall on top of it, that's going to be pushing the players back and giving a bit of space now for Jing.
They know that Jing's behind. And Forsaken being able to win the jet battle has given his team a massive advantage. Are EDG going to go through a double push through the smoke? Just a single tap from Howlong, trying to trigger out some kind of response. But it's Paper X with 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's an honestly dominant half, dominant finish here from Edward Gaming, despite the fact Paper X were able to get that last one under their belt. An absurd series of events. What are we going to be seeing here, Desk? Break us all down.
Thank you very much, Bren. And a Sideshow, what are we seeing here, Kilios? What are we seeing?
It is the pure, unadulterated chaos and madness that I was talking about. This is just absolutely wild plays coming through. But something that doesn't really shock me, the draft. That's what shocked me. I think that if you have Haven open, that is a map that you should willingly be picking against EDG. Everything else is a little bit more up in the air. Icebox is absolutely one that I would have strayed away from. They play this against Onslayers in the LCQ in East Asia, and again, nobody ace on Sova. He just does it again. It's incredible.
Yeah, and they're so good on this map, and that's despite the fact that they're playing with a substitute. They pulled Smoggy in last second. He 1-for-1 fills the role, and he has been looking incredible here on Icebox. EDG have not skipped a beat in the coordination or in this guy's performance as an individual.
Yeah, let's talk about Smoggy, because we expected Life to be playing Jet on this map. But Kilios, what have you made of his role on Jet?
So far from Smoggy, honestly, kind of across both maps, is that he is playing serviceably for what his team needs. They don't need Smoggy to come in and have a Life-esque performance. Everybody else on the team is so good to be able to pick up where there are some moments of slack, but they just needed him to be serviceable, and he is absolutely doing that and a little bit more on top.
Yeah, and I mean, looking towards this second half now, no, don't be distracted by the
That's my gift to Benkai.
That's from you.
Yeah, that's from me.
That's so sweet, but it's not sweet right now for the Paper X fans because it is looking grim for them. Only 2 rounds thus far. Their attacking side can struggle on this map sometimes. I think with the Fade, they're going to struggle to be able to counter out the operators on the other side. They're going up against a Jet and a Chamber comp. EDG can throw aggression. They can hold with the ops. It's a really powerful defensive side. I don't really see a world bar some crazy Paper X magic where they can come back.
Yes or no? Do they come back into this?
No.
Okay, well, the desk says no. Sideshow and Brent, what do you guys think?
It's going to take the pistol round, I think, to start things off for any sort of comeback on this map. It'll take the pistol round.
I mean, if you think they're going to come back, you might be taking the pistol round as well. I think that we are set up here for a fantastic map 3.
Yeah.
You know, as Achilles is saying on the desk, Haven is one of those maps that I would have also expected Paper X to go for, and Paper X have the advantage on. But who knows with this? I wasn't expecting Icebox to be this one-sided.
Yeah, honestly, would have said it on, I think, both of the maps we've seen so far, but all that pressure that's being applied just through the choke point, that's going to force out the horns and the wall as well, portions of it being broken off. In fact, the killer already being found of Smoggy falling.
There goes Smoggy. The pistol ace sub that EDG have brought in has been very good in these kind of rounds.
Still trying to take it. Okay.
Divide just about being able to pick up the second one.
This is what you're going to see from Edward Gaming, is that they are not going to be afraid still to get straight into the action. Kills being found backwards, forwards, this way, that way, with the wall dropped up.
Player standing.
Looking away across now, all up to Chichu. Still being watched off, but players are low enough here that there is a possibility. It's going to be that double face, though, that eventually shuts it down, and so the pistol round is a reality.
Yeah. For EDG, I don't think you need to be doing anything crazy here, no force buy or anything like that. You have such a massive lead. But now, if you want to talk about the comeback being a possibility here, I mean, take a look at this as well. Smoggy's last official match, July, as a member of BieL Gaming. So he's not normally a player for this team. That's the other part that I was talking about earlier. He's not somebody that's been in and out of EDG, a long-time sub. He's somebody that they've got in at the last second for Istanbul and found fantastic success so far in this map, in this match.
Yeah.
If we're going to talk, though, about the potential for a comeback during this, I hope, short technical pause.
Listen, it had to happen at some point, Josh.
It did. Well, I'm glad it's here, though. But the the PaperX attacking side, in general, not specific to Icebox, but in general, is very good. It's one of the big areas that they have a massive advantage over EDG usually, the attack side. But that's about delivering bonus rounds, that's about being able to manipulate EDG and get entry picks as well. A lot of those things have not really been going their way over the course of this entire series. And it was a short take pause. I knew
it was.
Super
good job,
quick.
Good job. You didn't curse it. As soon as you said that, I was like, why did you? Why did you? But listen, we're getting back into it.
So these kind of rounds, a good opportunity to take a look at how EDG are defending. So it's a bit of a multi-purpose Viper wall over on B that Howdong is throwing down.
Playing fast and loose at the positioning though. Looks like they've already rotated a lot of the bodies over towards this one side. Can they try and take the fight? The answer is yes. That's going to be a trade. In fact, another one just underneath belt. Just underneath the rafters, I should say. Still looking for a couple more with the pistols. The Jinx is just running and gunning, man.
A Mind Freak, he didn't have a weapon until just now.
It's done the Mind Freak!
What a thrifty! And that has put the nail in the coffin, Brent. If there was any hope of a comeback, it's gone now. It's gone.
I mean, just completely unexpected. You asked me to predict this match as well.
Look at the skill involved here. I mean, EDG are never out of these kind of rounds.
I love this as well, though. The play, when they're on this eco round, play fast and loose at the positioning.
Yeah.
Chuck the bodies towards the site that you think that they're leaning towards. You know? Trade it out, try and play for it.
And listen, a lot of teams do that. That's not specific to how EDG are playing. To me, it's the consistency of shots being hit that's absurd.
Yeah.
And the fact they're keeping it up, winning the duels against one of the best teams we have in the world. There's Smoggy getting a bit too aggressive without support, however.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of a showcase, honestly, of maybe the gap with Life not playing. Because Smoggy was out in the open there. There was no one covering that belt angle. Chichu does not play here. Well, the Horn spotted him, and the Seas on top of it. Latches him in position, and it's set up Forsaken beautifully. 2 kills to open it up now.
Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
Play and weave inside that Viper's orb.
And that could have been an opportunity had Howdong found 2. But left to Kankan, not going to happen.
Yeah.
PaperX have another lifeline with which to play. EDG, though, is still going to be able to buy up possibly into the next round. Not great credits by any measure, but
saving, right?
Yeah. They could go for something mad with a force buy where Kankang's using his headhunter bullets and stuff, but I think always the better option to play safe when you have such a lead. The opportunities are going to present themselves. However, good utility usage coming out from Benkai there to clear the Jenny position. Excellent entrying from Forsaken. And I think if there's any hope of a comeback, the attacking first duels are going to be what decides it. Forsaken, Jing need to be so sharp with their entries. And coming into this tournament, Brett, Kankang has been destroying first duels. This is absurd, but he's been winning 2/3 of his opening duels. No one else in the tournament comes even close. Most people are around 50%.
Sure.
Every half, Kankang averages a 3-to-1 KD in terms of first duels.
Yeah.
And no one else is close in the tournament. But the advantage that PaperX has is that they have Forsaken and Jing to try and take those battles.
They're being supported well. You saw Benkai's utility as well
that sets him up for...
supplemented the A push.
You don't have to just go for the raw aim duels. Of course you don't.
Yeah, precisely.
But PaperX are going to be asked to do almost the impossible here in recovering 7 rounds in a row on their attack side and making that timeline look like a joke by the end of it.
That's why things might get a little bit more difficult as well. Obviously, the timeout being taken for the next round. Gaming are going to be playing for this one. 2 hero rifles.
Bring them down.
And a heavy presence in mid, actually, watching this one. It's going to be that clash, I think, a bit of a battle taking place. Yes, indeed. Straight for a tube. That's Smoggy. He's rattling off the shots. He's going to be healed himself up as well. Collects another one for his troubles.
Already Kankan on the push, though.
Hey, up. Oh, my goodness. Coverage needs to be in play. You don't want to be using that weapon.
Yeah, good luck being able to execute the flank with the shorty now. Headhunter bullets expended. What? What? I don't think Devi intended to go for that one.
Yeah, that's an unusual one. Still, you're going to be able to get space gained onto that A side, but they have handed over the weaponry at least exchanged here and there. No more rifle taken out of the hands of him.
And it looks like a position where Jing should get punished, and he does Jing things again and cleans them both up.
That's a wild round.
But now EDG are going to have rifles back in their hands.
I was curious, honestly, as well, whether or not they were going to be trying to save a bit of their money as well, get the operators online on the defensive side, but no, just opting into the rifles being played.
Yeah, Kang opts a lot more than Devi or Forsaken on PaperX. Even if you combine Devi and Forsaken together, Kang still uses the operator more than they do.
Yeah.
Opting not for it in this case, but a tour de force out for Devi on the attack side.
You want to play?
Doesn't normally
Let's
play
play.
these kind of situations too aggressively, more just to support the rest of his team. But Devi has the spike heading towards A right now, and it is such an aggro setup from EDG.
What face from EDG? Kanga takes the fight, nobody's trying to bail him out, but at least there is the swing. Forsaken's able to trade it, but you never expect the follow-up. Smoggy's still up top on Bell, all the knives expended. Forsaken's just trying to get the hell out of there.
2 players up. Jing, if he finds a kill, will have the res back online. Bodies all over the place, and Chichu on the fast flank.
The angle. Tap of the rifle, repositioning, that's a spike drop down.
That's a res, but that also gives time for Chichu to start working his way forwards and deny these bodies. Sorry, apologies, misreading that one. Thought that was Jing that we were watching, it's Forsaken, of course.
He's managed to grab the spike. He's after this fight, it's being taken! Bit of run and gun in play! Hold on, he forces the favourable fight, he doesn't go down. That's going to be that 12th round here for Icebox. One more will do it.
EDG have just been... that defensive setup definitely bodes taking a look at again. They had an aggressive Viper smoke that Smoggy was inside of, and Smoggy is then able to swing out on Belt
Do not expect
off
that.
the back of everyone else's aggression. That is such a good defensive setup for A aggression that I haven't seen other teams using. EDG bringing fresh ideas to the table at their first time at a global event. And they're just looking masterful.
Dash to the side. That's the knives in play.
Fearless.
Impeccable crosshair placement from Smoggy.
And absolutely fearless. I mean, just not worried about Forsaken running into him there at all.
Just anticipating the wide swing as well.
And that's a first death. PaperX cannot afford it. They need 7 rounds in a row clean.
The res, but it's so far out in the open. They're walling for it.
Oh!
Breaks a portion.
Brutal!
But the spam is there. There is going to be coverage in play. Recon against the side. They heard the drop. Mindfreak's going to be closer towards me. It's going to be that double swing now. PaperX have to be clean with the fundamentals. Have to be clean with the gunplay. They are coming out at least on top of that one short engagement. There's still a minute left. They could pump the brakes if they wanted to, but it looks like they're opting to just try and take the fight right into the barrel of Kang. And he's pushing back up, re-clearing into the position. 2 of the players left standing. All of these liberties being taken. This could be it, the final blow. And it's just down to the singular player. Devi cannot stand up against it. Map number 3 is on the cards.
What a play, what a map. And the questions start to get answered. EDG are for real. No matter which way this third map goes, over on Haven. And the analyst desk was saying it leans towards PaperX, but it doesn't matter in my head which way it goes. A 13-5 victory on Icebox shows me that EDG have got it. They are able to bring it against the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah. Just that bit of nuance extra on top of the raw mechanical ability that they've been showing over and over and over again.
And we were talking about maybe the aggression from EDG being a bit reckless. That was the other way around. They were the ones, it was EDG that were pumping the brakes. EDG that were manipulating defender rotations. And actually it was PaperX whose attack rounds looked a bit more one-dimensional. Always just leaning 5 players towards A. Never an ability to pivot once you got to the mid-round.
20 different looks as well. EDG were pulling out. And
what a nice play.
I mean, nobody has just been an absolute star. This is a particular, Icebox, a map that he is more than comfortable with. Players are feeling it. The confidence is there. Momentum is on their side as we head into map number 3. It's going to be Haven.
And despite the fact that this is just an opening game in groups, the first game of Champions, it does feel like there's still stakes on the line.
Yeah, high-octane gameplay. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side of things, of course, again, our analyst desk will break down all the action and set up that critical map number 3 in our opening match, so don't go anywhere.
gives you wings.
In halls, the layers for ED adaptation.
Yeah, no, it really did. And by the time they did, it was far too late. You know, especially when you get that victory coming in for BDG and going into the second half and whatnot. It was just, they turned everything around on its head, and they consistently looked utterly incredible. Nobody, again, somebody that I was talking about before, had shown an ace before during the LCQ on this very map, managed to replicate it again here in this series, but the whole way throughout just was right there backing up his squad. Some of those dart timings that he was getting in through, just to get the reveals out, yeah, like that. It's just impeccable.
Yeah, it was absurd, some of the stuff that he was pulling off. This EDG team is so clutch across the board. We saw it on Pearl. We saw it here again. On this attacking side, it wasn't just the, like, across the team adaptations, the new calls. It was also when it came down to the individual. No matter the pressure, no matter this being their first time on the stage, every single one of these players was ready and was coming out with some of those lovely clutches.
I mean, Kankan was talking about how he was really worried about potentially being nervous. I don't see any nerves coming from any of those players as we head to Haven as well, because this is going to be the final map of the series.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. You've talked a lot about what we're expecting from Haven thus far, Achilleos, but I don't know what to think now, because EDG has shown us such a great element of preparation there on Icebox. I think something is cooked up for Haven.
I think, like I said, it has to be. They knew coming into this that this was going to be their biggest weakness. They either could have left this in the pool and maybe, you know, or banned it away and then allow for Pearl to potentially come in. They said, no, actually, we're going to let both of them through. We're going to play on both of those maps in our very first series. So they have to have a hell of a lot of confidence now with whatever adjustments they're making for this map.
Yeah, but talk of confidence, they've had it thus far this series. Even in their loss on Pearl, the vibes were high. We're right next to them here, and you can hear the yells from this team. They are excited. They are ready. They are not feeling the pressure in this series thus far. But with that substitute, it really could throw a wrench into play, because for PaperX, they run a really coordinated setup here on Haven. The Fade Raise in the past has looked like one of the best implementations of that composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a hell of a lot of pressure on all of the players, but like you said, it doesn't feel like they're really feeling that too much. I was able to talk to Kong when we first kind of got settled at the hotel, and he was saying, oh, you know, I think I'm a little bit nervous about this. And I was like, why? There's no audience. And he was like, oh, you're right. Actually, I think I'll be okay. Like, literally just like that. He's like, okay, now that you mentioned that, yeah, I think everything's going to be fine. And it's showing through. This guy has so much confidence, and he instills it into the rest of the team.
I wish I could translate some of what they're actually saying on stage, because Benkai speaks Chinese. Benkai understands what they're saying. So I don't know if he can hear them through his headset, but their energy is so high. They're very, very funny. They're trying to kind of like enjoy themselves while they can on stage. And that reminds me, Mimi, of PaperX. That's what PaperX do.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about coming into this game. Oh, it's the fun-loving team. It's never the pressure there. But Haven is our map number 3 here.
It is indeed, as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. PaperX, they've lost just once in the last 20 times they've played this map. So I'm looking forward to seeing what EDG is going to come up with.
Last map is the one-for-one change out with the Jet, but Why is this going on?
We got it!
All right, so I messed this up going into the last map. This time, there is a Reyna.
And the Cypher, too. The Cypher has also come through.
We're picking Reyna on Haven. Their previous composition was so good here, but they've
two
Reynas similar domestically. They've played this before. I think even in the group stages back at home. And I mean, I guess it can maybe work for PaperX here. You're giving up that phase raise combo, but you do have the aggression and just kind of the individual performance that you can give to Jing on that role. The Sky in the mix there as well. No Sova.
That is two Reynas I'm seeing, right? It's also Reyna on the side of EDG. Like, I'm not blind. Or am I blind?
No, it's the fade.
Oh, I thought it was Reyna.
I got debated by it last time.
It baited me.
It happens to all of us. But no, so this is the same exact composition that we saw from EDG when they just played against Onslayers in the grand final. They were able to take that. And again, this is their weakest map historically.
Yeah.
That one, I believe they got pushed 13-11 or so, maybe 13-10 in that score line. They're sticking with the same composition. This leads me to believe that they have to have some different strategies prepared coming in.
Yeah, it really did look rough then when they were playing that domestically. I think the improvement will come through. But what is PaperX going to show us with this Reyna composition? You lose out on so much utility, so much synergy when you're playing the other comps that are so much more prevalent on Haven, but you get the PaperX special. You get the whimsy, you get the fun when you're playing a comp like this. It's impossible to prepare for a Reyna Jet Sky comp on Haven. You just don't see that. So EDG, again, the pressure will be on to be making those changes, being ready for this comp on the fly.
Well, EDG, they made Jing angry, it seems. Saisho and Bren, we have a Reyna going to the final map of this series.
Absolute scenes that we're seeing heading into map number 3. Pure ego play, I think, picking the Reyna into this one. An old comp for PaperX, but I think it tells a clear path, honestly. We are better than you. We want to take fights against you. We want to go toe-to-toe once more.
Are they better?
Has
that been the course of this?
It's been missing, honestly. I think EDG have shown more nuance than PaperX over the course, at least of the second map on Icebox, but now we're heading into Haven. Different series of events. The way they play this Reyna as well is quite interesting. I mean, often it's just disrespecting any sort of utility that's played in that A lobby control.
Definitely.
You see it used a while back as well for PaperX, but this is comfort roles for Forsaken and Jing.
It is. They played it in the group stage of Masters Reykjavik, and they got wins over DRX, and they got wins over the Guard, but they were close wins, and then they got destroyed by Zeta Division. And EDG have actually been playing fairly slowly, playing fairly disciplined in this match so far.
And look at this.
Can they figure out how to play against this comp?
Rendezvous with his feet, close hold to the corner. It's a half clear. What a mistake to make! And Kang Wow just teleports right to safety. Trademark's going to be destroyed, but he's still watching down a flank. In fact, look at this. It's going to be a flash to try and supplement it. Contact play off of it. He hears the footsteps running around. Does a decent amount of damage. And the work has already been put into this one, but the spike dropped down.
And EDG are playing their post plants all from long. And this is actually something that they were doing a lot online. I wasn't too much of a fan about it. I think the player advantage here, it should be enough.
They're trying to spam this one with pistols, man! It's already
be
smoked
enough.
off! Half on it, it's shaking it all away! A big guy! That's one way to get a Red Bull clutch.
Oh. I think that round sums up everything that you're hoping for and dreading for EDG. Amazing plays from Kang, reading the play perfectly out here as well. The rendezvous, the second fight, it's all great. But their post-plan play on Haven has been, in my opinion, atrocious online.
That is really bad.
And that's what the desk was talking about. Haven has not looked amazing for EDG, but they're already looking incredible in this match so far. So the desk was saying, maybe it's something different. Maybe they have new strats cooked up. It's a bit of a worrying beginning, but that's another good start.
Okay, just running it straight down. Not going to be rewarded with this one. Forsaken Cloudburst has to dash into it, has to escape. An onslaught that's appearing right now onto the A side. No one's
cleared long.
dealed with Divide. Just been sitting in long. No one's clearing him out. And he is that extra element that they needed to supplement to try and stop that push happening.
That's PaperX saving 3 Spectres going into the next round as well.
That'd be quite a fast map.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really pacey map. EDG actually, the way that they play Haven, they do have some slower rounds with big executes at the end, but I think PaperX are going to force the issue over and over again. Wow, what a wild stat that is. PaperX have a 1-4 record when facing the closing map in a series internationally. PaperX, I guess, just kind of destroy people most of the time.
Yeah.
They don't need to get into these scenarios or get forced into these scenarios often. I would still consider them favored here, even running the Jet Rayner comp. But who knows? This series has made a believer out of me when it comes to Edward and his gaming.
Adjustments being made to that defensive setup as well. So you can see that they're not really putting too much into that A lobby control on the defensive side for PaperX.
Yeah, shifting Benkai over there with one of his trap wires. Still with the cam watching into Garage, even though Jing is playing there.
I think that's as well, just to not give away too many cues that they might have swapped up.
And this EDG attack setup looks like one of PaperX's. There's the lurk play. Kang forcing the issue a bit earlier than Forsaken normally does, but still coming away with the kill.
Still holding a closer corner as well, anticipating that there's going to be that re-clear for information.
He's so aware!
And he's found Jing.
Kang is such a good player. He's just got the read on where people are going to challenge him.
Here comes the push attempt, though. So much on the line here for Benkai to try and do some work, but there's a paranoia in his face, an aftershock at that. He wants to try and weave and play
Flash from heaven.
inside of this one. Flash through's got another players are down and out, surely. It's going to be dealt with. Another device up there, but timing is everything. A quick maneuver around the smoke, but that's an instantaneous trade.
Unfortunately, with Spectre in hand, Benkai just didn't have enough firepower to be able to get the spray transfer there. And Mindfreak, instead of going for a 1v4, we've seen incredible things from Mindfreak at Copenhagen and in this match, actually.
Sure.
Pulling out, though, I think it was a 1v5 on Pearl, but this is just not one that you go for with the spike already down.
Yeah, the percentage play just to save it up, but...
And what an interesting dynamic this is, because EDG are playing a composition that PaperX are pretty familiar with. Of course, they don't run the Jet, they run the Raze, but the rest of the comp with the Breach, with the Fade, they're familiar with how this kind of setup works, despite the fact that PaperX run a slightly different version of it. And the question is how they deal with these kind of threats. And in this round, the big threat was Kang's lurk coming through mid. And you saw him take a duel against Forsaken, immediately wins it, and reads the repush from Jing, immediately reads that. If Forsaken and Jing can't shut this guy down, who can?
So many of our questions being answered, I think, with Edward Gaming, obviously. Kang, this guy on the global stage, we knew he was a freak of nature. We knew that he was going to be playing aggressively, but that bit of nuance that's been injected into his play, whatever the short time that they've had here in their practice, I think has taught them a lot of lessons, and now you have a very, very dangerous individual.
EDG still not in the lead though, and this is a big round for them to be able to convert. The Cypher setup is still not here.
Trying to play inside their own smoke as well. The flashes pushing into the back there with the Prowler, and that's an aftershock. Jing trying to make the moves again. Did he expect this third player at the back of the site? The answer is yes.
Perfect. Just really nicely done from EDG. Oh, and Devi completely caught. With utility in his hands, Benkai simply going to run away.
Yeah, you're not getting away,
and getting chased down.
That's what I mean. Not going to be letting them get away with a rifle, and even with Benkai should be favored there. Not quite. Prime Gaming flawless.
EDG running some of the similar executes, but it's not necessarily the execute and the utility usage that's so good on these site hits. To me, it's the way that they, I mean, that is great utility to clear out that angle, but I think it's the way that they all push up together, that how tight they are to each other. When they get into a site, there's no gaps on their execute, they all support each other. That means even if Smoggy isn't getting a 3K, even if Smoggy isn't 8-1 right now, they are still getting the trades off. And PaperX are going to get challenged here, unless they can get Jing in a position to duel frequently and use his dismiss. He's getting no value from the Reyna.
The same opening setup time and time again, and look at it, the aftershock. Second round in a row, Forsaken tries to evacuate, but Dash are just catching him again, over and over again.
These last couple of rounds, PaperX have been made to look silly. Of course, this time not with any guns in their hand.
Rolling.
I think part of it, too, is that EDG have been able to avoid Benkai's setups. And I don't think that that is a deliberate, conscious effort. It doesn't feel like EDG are poking at the beginning of the round to get information on where the Cypher's playing. They've just happened to go to the right areas of the map.
They've gone for the same A lobby play.
Yeah,
almost every
A lobby
time.
or a CX.
Chichu goes for the teleport, and they just try and fight over, short and long, but
yeah,
it's nothing really that's being changed up. Like you said, no poking for the setups.
It's just default Valorant gameplay on Haven with this comp.
And that's what it comes down to, I think. When you're up against the Reyna as well, it's pure ego. It's a decision being made by PaperX, I think, to say that we will be winning these fights against you.
Yeah, and I think, the game plan is clear. The last time that we watched PaperX play with this Jet Reyna comp, they're trying to avoid utility and still set up Forsaken and Jing to take fights. The idea being, even with a Prowler in your face, as Reyna or Jet, you can take that fight and then dash away and not get punished. At least that's the theory. But so far, Forsaken and Jing haven't been in position to take fights when the execute comes in. And when they do take fights, they're dying anyway to Smoggy and Kanka. Jing's had a bit of a brutal one of it in the last 2 rounds, just
second round in a row.
Getting caught out by those aftershocks.
That's been perfect placement in there. No gaps.
Oh, what is that?
Smoggy is on a tear.
That was through the aim punch.
The guy is 10-1. Admittedly, a couple of his kills coming through, obviously, when PaperX are ecoing, but the confidence is there. Now an operator in the hands of Forsaken. Is this the change-up they need?
Using the Trailblazer to set up on A short. And this is the first time that EDG have gone for mid control.
That is so risky.
It really is, from both players actually, jumping onto the line.
Benka's got a difficult task ahead of him. That paranoia pushes him back. A couple of straight bullets. Now the Cam spots the positioning. He knows the amount of players that are going to be lurking and making their way now onto C-site. Can the players lock it down? Spam onto the angle, a wider swing, Jing. That's going to be 2. Returns it back. The timing is everything. The Seekers, they give them exactly what they needed. They know that the last 2 players of Edward Gaming are going to be now sitting on the C-site.
Haodong with his ultimate here. If they can give the spike and they swap it over. The spike now onto the Omen, who fakes the plant and can ult over to A. Chichu though, he ends up going down. Forsaken with the operator flank. Not quite expected.
Unlucky with the timing still.
And what could have been a courageous clutch attempt is actually the first round where PaperX are able to anchor a site.
And it's, yeah, the first time you start to see a bit of value, I think, as well out of this Reina pick. Jing getting the only 2 kills that he's got so far on this map, but it's enough to stop the push right in his tracks, and you'll see here from the replay. Beautiful stuff.
Really nice gunplay, but actually not making use of Reina. I mean, it wasn't like he's using the dismisses to dodge through utility and take fights he couldn't otherwise. Sure, it might give him some confidence to take those kind of duels, but that's a pretty standard anchoring position, no matter what agent he's playing. EDG with a couple of ultimates to play around with here. And Kankan pushed away from mid. That's information gained, that there was a mid push, and they go into the C exec. This time, Benkai is ready and waiting. Does it make a difference?
They're already going to be using the pull to try and disjoint this one. Teleport to the back of the side. Benkai, his information is revealed right into the trap wire. You're revealed. Locked down, Mindfreak swinging through, 3 kills. And now 2 left standing. Chichu and nobody. The close corner. It's going to be the dash enabled and the blade still running forwards. And a quick little jiggle of the movement. Even a dismiss on top of it, dashing right into the face of their adversaries. Another one to pile up on top when it comes to the rounds.
And there's the value that you're getting out of Benkai's setups. Benkai able to use his cage there. Manages to dodge a flash as well. Sets up backside control for Mindfreak, who gets another one off the trap wire. And Kankan can't trade properly. He can't trade even though he's in the right position because he's using an operator. There's the value that you're getting from Benkai. And that time, EDG happened to go into it. At some point, I mean, it feels like EDG are in control of this half right now, but they are 3-4 down.
Sure.
Thanks to the pistol round and the follow-up being taken by PaperX. And at some point here, it turns out right now, EDG are going to have to try and adapt their play. And I think part of it has got to be finding those setups from Benkai. Instead of just gambling on a site execute, you need to know that there isn't a Cypher waiting there.
There hasn't been that early poking, I think, to try and spot out where those setups are. At any point, it's been honestly just full frontal aggression off the rip.
And I think those info plays are actually quite difficult to do, maybe more difficult than I'm giving it credit for, because you're being pressured consistently by Forsaken and Jing in the early round, right? They're hunting for fights. You saw in the previous round, Forsaken Jing are trying to take fights aggressively in mid, and that funnels a reactive play from EDG into the C site. So, I think EDG a bit more patience is going to be helpful for them. If you play fast, you're playing at PaperX's tempo right now. You've got to find a way to slow the game down. And I think Kankang is your player to lean on there. Tour de force in hand for this round. Getting set up on angles where you think Forsaken and Jing are going to take fights, all you need is a teammate to break, you know, a Leah that's going to come your way. It's not utility-dense composition that PaperX are using.
Entire kitchen sink just being dumped into short there. Prowler is destroyed though, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Making sure that somebody's there to get rid of the utility.
And these are the kind of pauses in the round where EDG just pump the brakes and they're waiting to see if Forsaken's going to get antsy. He doesn't need to be. There's a camera behind him, he's holding a strange off angle, and Devi is able to still get information on the other side of the map, using a flash to realize that there's somebody in grass.
Prowler. Now the operator is in play. They know this one. C's is actually latched onto. Forsaken on top of it. Haunt into the corner.
No way.
Make sure he's actually repushing right into the angle. How do you get away with it? How?
That should never work. And Forsaken goes for it, goes 1 for 1. Is that beneficial though? Benkai still has his setup over on A. Just gonna leave Jing with that Cypher utility.
Destroy the trap wire, smoke going up onto the connector. Now Spike. Start to be planted.
Spike planted.
Bit of spam.
Oh,
there goes the exact angle.
There goes the Rolling Thunder. Now it's all down to Smoggy, because these players in mid are not going to be able to hold off the retake on their own.
This reflank is everything. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up. Of course, there's going to be aggression there, but genuinely matches it. Pound for pound! Bit of whiffage. Now the knives come out into play. Information going to be revealed, but the knives still once more, one after another, down to the 1v1. A right click, not enough. No knives really finding their mark, and a tap on a Spike. Mindfreak, cool, calm, and collected. Deals that final blow necessary.
What a play by Mindfreak. I think he's 18 and 5 in 1v1s recently. I mean, unless I missed one earlier on in the game, but either way, this guy has just been phenomenal recently in the clutch.
Shout out
And
to Divido prior.
the cool way that he deals with this one, tapping to fake the defuse and then setting up on a wide angle, forcing Smoggy to go and check to make sure he's not sticking.
Really intelligent.
Really well played. And both teams currently have 3 gun rounds to their name, right? But Paper X still have that advantage of winning the pistol at the beginning. Aside from that, though, it has been so dead even. And I like the approach from EDG. After taking their time out, slowing the pace down a little bit, I think that round could have definitely worked.
That's probably why you're seeing the Paper X time being taken here. Even if they came on top of that last round. Just to be talking about what they can potentially do, because that was a complete switch up in terms of the pace that was being taken.
Yeah.
Their attack side rounds. Possibly maybe trying to anticipate now how Dong's ult's going to be used, because he's been hanging on to this Rolling Thunder for God knows how long.
And that's what I'm not quite understanding. Howdong should have opportunities to use the Rolling Thunder and push Paper X into retake. Paper X play retakes the least out of everybody at Champions. Only less than half the time Paper X are playing retakes. They're always trying to fight you before you get to the site. So even if you just use the ult to secure the spike plant, that's value. This Jet Reyna comp is rubbish at retakes. I mean, it's just got no utility to retake on you. So why not try and get value out of the breach hole? What are you holding it for? A post-plant setup, maybe? Or maybe just trying to force Paper X to play around it? But honestly, that's only going to make Forsaken and Jing more aggressive. Here comes the Nightfall.
Yeah, a lot being dumped into this one now. Even the updraft over the top, that's going to be the trap wire though. That reveals the positioning of Kang Kang. The counter spam is there, but again, Benkai setups are just far too clean, man.
No way.
Far too clean. Everyone revealed to him.
And with Kang Kang down, Jing now gets the flank off. The trademark disabled. Jing is so deep into A, and Benkai continues to taunt them.
Yeah. Camera just tagging a couple of players. Off to the back of the side, Jing. I don't know if you deserve that one, but that is the prime game of Flawless.
Mantap juga.
And you're starting to see it. The momentum is around built into this one. They're able to snowball that advantage in this half.
Trapnya tuh bisa itu. Trapnya kena 2 ya? Oh iya 2 loh. Trapnya Benkai sih ganggu loh. Dia taruh di situ.
That's that confidence. It's the ego in play. Divide maybe just overstepping himself though.
Yeah, not a fan of that repeat from Divide, because Jing was so far away. Had Jing stayed to fight, that would have made more sense. But Jing is Jing at the end of the day. Still going to be able to pick up another.
This guy, isn't it? Still going for these pushes, man. This is what you're going to be careful of.
Main freak, Aaron. Dari long dia. Waduh. Nice.
Oh no, the disrespect.
Critical round for them not to lose. Such a good lead. I think this does showcase though that Paper X pushing to the limits, but they are coming up with great answers. Even dodged. There's no kill to be found. That does not give Jing the escape mechanism that he was looking for.
It was the flash horn combo from Haldong and Nobody. EDG love using that. It's such a great combination.
First position played by Nobody. Divide is punished.
Divide was just flashing off the back of the Prowler. And both attempts at Paper Rex of getting aggressive shut down by EDG.
What a pick by Nobody! Eventually, though, gotta shut that guy down. So the trade is there for Forsaken, but the setup is being taken out. Forsaken, Raiden can't burst. There is just ever so slightly it is there, and he just sees an elbow, but that is enough.
Forsaken was missing a lot of those op shots. But that connection gives him an opportunity back in the round. No way you can
False bullet in the operator. Rolling Thunder pushes them back. Paranoia up top. Maybe they heard him. Up into heaven there. Even the aftershock. Okay. Jumping, popping around the corner, staying safe for the time being, because they know that the time pressure right now is on Paper X to make the moves. You can see them jumping forward. Smoggy deals with it handedly.
And if you were following along with our little mini game, when is Haldong going to use the Rolling Thunder? There it is in that round to stop the 2v3 clutch that may have been coming through. So, not an enormous amount of value, but they're getting there. There's a little stat. Paper Rex have only won 4 retakes across this entire series, but also, like I said earlier, they're not the team that plays for them. They play for retakes the least out of all of our teams and champions. They want to fight you aggressively and stop the spike going down. And I think a lot of the time that ends up being a better option for them. If EDG can get this final round on the board, it's still looking like a great half. So
Shown good adaptations. Angle being watched, but again, it's another approach over towards C, another heavy execute into it, a bit of spam into the smoke. Clever's just holding it. Only a bit of shorty. Expecting maybe a player to step within his field of vision. No, pure discipline in play, but now they have to deal with Jing. This guy looking like a final boss. AC-130 from above. Forsaken was there with the knives and updrafting, but they do deal with him in the end. And that's that 5th round for Edward Gaming.
that's the one that saves the half, that makes it look doable. EDG should have been at a disadvantage in this map. All the analysts were saying Haven should be Paper X's, and I think Edward Gaming, despite the fact they didn't get
OP-nya ganggu sih itu.
on the prior two, have done enough here to still make things even headed into the second.
In this first half, all locked up now. We're sending it down as well to our analyst desk. Break down all the action, set us up for the second half of the final lap.
Thank you very much, Bren. And a sideshow. I could watch these two teams play all day at Kilios, but Paper X, they came out on top as we expected.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it's looking pretty good for them right now. They have a slight little lead. Things got off to a really rocky start for EDG, and then they started to find a little bit of stability. But you can see how close those rounds were. I mean, from the outset, they were looking at a spike plant down, and Benkai just cheekily sits there and diffuses it.
Yeah,
you know, while
that
covered by
set the
some
tone.
smokes. They just couldn't quite get him with those pistols in range. And from there, that was a really rocky start, but they were able to drag this back. This was looking like it was going to be a much more one-sided affair going into it.
Yeah, let's talk about Mind Freak. Brennan and Sideshow mentioned in their cast that Mind Freak really made his name at Copenhagen. He was having a great tournament, and that's been continuing here so far as well, Kilios.
Yeah, he's just been incredible. If you get him down to like a clutch scenario, you can very much rely on him. His decision-making moment over moment is fantastic, which is something that you really need when you have somebody who's playing like an ass.
Yeah, and I think his style of play has had to be very particular based on the composition that was brought out. Like the casters were mentioning, for Paper
Oh, yeah.
are really, really difficult with this composition. You're kind of losing out on that big initiator retake potential, so you have to be fighting on site. They have that delay factor with the smokes and with Benkai, but Mind Freak really often was having to be that first point of rotation to aid in holding things down. But as we look ahead to that second half of play, I'm expecting another change-up. Normally Forsaken plays the chamber. He's lurking. He's playing slower on this map. I think that'll have to be Benkai, and we get just crazy double entry duo with that Jet and that Rain. We'll have to see how EDG can stop it.
I can't wait to see it, Mimi. I'm going to throw this back so we can get back into game with Sideshow and Bren.
Beautiful setup here, heading into the second half now, final map. Our opening game of Champions. What a way to really set things off, isn't it?
And I think it's a great reminder from the Kilios that the pistol round probably shouldn't have gone the way of Paper X. We might easily be looking at a 7-5 half here in the opposite direction. And so this pistol means so much to both teams.
knows how long. That was the timing he was waiting for. Not quite sure what it was, but already pressure being applied now. The players just swarming out onto the site, and Paperex will be leaving any gaps in their approach. Bit of spike now awarded to them so they can get themselves into this post-plant scenario. Be fading away from heaven though. That's going to be an angle for Kang if he chooses to take it, but
Kang would love an opener here.
Oh, being able to pick off Jing would also be amazing.
the hell is he alive for that long? But I guess just a raid boss at that point.
Nice.
One of these though. One of these, that's the name of the game for Paperex. Players ready and waiting to trade each other out.
And once more, Brent, you've got this bizarre thing occurring where Paperex win the round despite the fact that EDG are able to get the opening pick. Brent, in the first two maps, it's absurd. EDG are up 8 first kills compared to Paperex. They're plus 8 in terms of the first duels compared to Paperex in a one-on-one series. I mean, part of that is going to be because of how one-sided Icebox was, but it really feels like EDG are controlling the early round pretty well, and then Paperex's trading is allowing them actually to still recover these 4v5s. And that's something that Paperex have been very good at. Might be running into a stack here, though. This could start to get dangerous.
Trailblazers try and clear. That's going to be a stun. Is there going to be anything off the back of it? The players are locked up right now, but they're still just brute forcing their way through. Jing, the absolute spearhead for his team there.
Ooh.
They just approach into this one, left up to just nobody.
And these kind of maps are so difficult to win. When you lose both of the pistol rounds, and the first one in such heartbreaking fashion, you just 4 of those rounds just disappear.
Gila klik kanannya kuat amat sih itu nobody. Kayak berapa kali klik kanannya mantap. Kena pala loh.
Straight through them.
Yeah. And look at how Jing is just moving forwards, utilizing all the space that Forsaken makes for him too. Jing and Forsaken work as such a duo, trading out for each other. It's crazy.
You're right, Josh. What a great start, losing the pistol round in the second half. But a game that's going to take insane stuff, I think. Players for their strategies, I think, that get back into this one. And they do have the weaponry, the rifles in their back pocket. Cloudburst off to the side, even the Lear as well, making sure every angle is watched for.
But it's a different approach to the defense, right? EDG's composition much better on the retakes, and they've saved Paranoia, 2 flashes, fault line. Still a lot of utility to be worked with. So it is an option, whereas it wasn't for Paperex.
Starting to see that util now come through. Fault line, Paranoia dash forwards through, and the plays are being made. Nobody secures 2, but nobody has dealt with Jing. Eventually, he will go down now. 2v2. Smoke. Just causing a slight sideline. The timing is so good, and a flick of the wrist from Mindfreak. Only the Spectre left down to it. The pressure, the time, it's on the shoulders of Chichu. He needs to try and get onto the spike to get that defuse online.
He's just got to smoke back. That could be the answer.
There's no time cues, though. There's no time at all to work with. In fact, Obster just saved the rifle. He knows that there's nothing to play for now, and Benkai's done his job.
That is heartbreaking. When you get to that spot and you realize you've got to make the smart decision to escape.
3 lagi, ayo bisa yuk Paperex yuk.
Condemning your team with the 5-round deficit that EDG are now looking at. Tough spot to come back from here. And I think while playing retake can be a pretty decent idea, you've got to be able to. I mean, that is really fantastic. I think you've got to be able to get Smoggy into some crazy positions. When you're playing a Jet on the retake, that's not something that people normally do right now. They're playing Raze with the Fade comps. But when you're running the Jet, you can smoke on top of default, you can dash onto it with a Paranoia. There are more creative ways of playing the retake there than what Smoggy did. And maybe part of that is that he's a sub, and that he just isn't as integrated with stuff like their retake setups. But he's been so though, would you? Smoggy's been so good so far in this match. I sometimes find myself just forgetting that he's not baked into the team.
Really worth just reiterating that point. You know, this is Edward Gaming coming in their first international tournament, at least on the global stage. These big events they play with
roster. Yeah. EDG. This isn't EDG playing at 100%. And they also said in interviews prior that they knew there'd been nerves coming out in these first games. It's a double elimination in the groups. This isn't EDG going home and anything about the comeback. They'd still have an opportunity to make it out of the groups for sure. It's all about that experience when you're in a new team to the international stage, the pressure of playing these title contenders of LAN. They've got a rough buy here. Yeah, this a bit juice buy as Hansi would say.
Spuds, heads being ripped off one after another. You can see the attempts from Edward Gaming. They know that they have to try and fight them. But everything that they've got, spray down, a bit of a stare down.
You're popping knives!
Popping the knives, why
to
not?
get the ace.
Sure, confidence is there. Even a Trailblazer, they want to set him up to succeed. It's all about it, isn't it? The right click misses and Ching just takes it.
Ching stole the ace!
And, I mean, the pause in the character model says it all. Straw. Straw.
I mean, listen, right? If I was Coach Alex right now, I might not be too happy if Forsaken's just used his knives to chase down the last player in an ace. But
I didn't even realise that happened.
But if you're watching that kind of replay,
yeah,
maybe it would become justified.
Ching, what the hell, man?
That's absolute ranked moment. Oh boy.
I think that shows you some confidence that Paper X are feeling right now. They're not under anywhere near the same amount of pressure as they were on the prior two maps.
This round is the backbreaker. Angdol with an opening.
Not a very good jiggle peek by Forsaken. Kang's off at 2.
Still want to take the fight. Jumping across that angle, which does eventually remove Kang. This guy's been a thorn in their sides throughout this series.
Chris,
team flash.
things looking very sloppy here for Paper X in this round.
Paranoid to push them back. Flash though, supplements it. Now a dismiss, but he's right. In the line of sight once more. That reflank coming into the back in a critical round. Vital one. That for Edward Gaming to take away a win when they invested all their money into it.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's one thing to be having fun on the stage, you know, playing for confidence. It's another to be playing sloppy and letting the enemy team back into the game. So I think for Paper X here, they've got a 5-round lead, and that is well enough to play with. Tons of wiggle room here. But at some point they need to tighten the screws a little bit and not allow this one to slip away. How many times have we seen a team win 4 rounds off the rip in half and then, you know, the opponents get a comeback? It happens all the time.
Covered a lot of those things.
Nice cloud burst to stop Kang go from the peak. That one away.
Leakers removed! Just quick scopes it. Chishu's there ready and waiting. That's the paranoia as well to help that swing out.
And I was talking about sloppiness from Paper X, but I don't think that's an example of it at all. You expect Kang to be pushed away there by the Seekers. And he just scopes back in so quickly with the tour de force. Yeah. And then Chishu's there to back him up.
1-2 punches in it.
Smoggy's already burnt his dash, so got to back away. But that's good information. It should start to pull people away from C. There's 3 EDG players on the C side. And Smoggy is going to need help at some point.
Really just lock this down. Close.
And these are rounds where you don't want to do stuff like burn the rolling thunder, you know? It's possible that they could just win the round without the ulti. You kind of want to save that for situations that aren't 5v3s.
Did like this angle though from Smoggy. Even that phone line to help him out. That might have been a reason if there was a flash to push that one back. But still, that cage. Just try and cut up one of the angles. Trailblazer goes down. Smoggy has not been dealt with. Slight reposition, a spray down through the cloud burst.
Nice. Nggak apa-apa. Masih bisa 2-2 kok.
Like that, Prime came in flawless once more.
Very clean round from EDG.
Bisa yuk.
The prior round, you could say, given to them a little bit by the sloppiness of Paper X, but not that one. That one was well taken.
I've got your trail.
I mean, that shot. The quick scope there is absurd, and a very nice play by Chishu to reinforce Kang's position and then reinforce Smoggy's position, anchoring A towards the end.
At this point, if you're Paper X, you cannot allow your opponents to get back into this one. You have a sizable lead. to try and fight this one, but the Nightfall is not catching on to anyone. Fight still being taken, that's Mindfreak all the way into the back, and the angle is watched.
And this retake setup is not looking particularly great here. They don't know where Mindfreak is. There's players behind as well, but Forsaken's reading the game very nicely.
Yeah, dealt with this one. Great amounts of discipline. Still though, you don't want to lose your grip on this round. Not when it was handed to you. A slight jiggle there of the movement. Nobody has been baiting these shots impeccably. But now this late look that's coming through is everything from Mindfreak. He needs to get value out of this one, but he hasn't spotted it. Maybe just the K, but he knows the players are pushing up. It's down now. Chichu. And this one too. This one he can go for. Flying back around. He's aware of this one.
Nice. Gua nggak tahu kenapa kapan Aaron udah nyampe C. Gua nggak lihat tadi. Gue tengah udah 4. Satunya di A. Nggak tahu kenapa Aaron si Mindfreak di C sendirian. Tuh. Gua nggak lihat sih. Tugas dia itu jagain belakang.
Setup here that EDG are running, and I don't think PaperX have enough utility to be able to push both operators away.
The Viper, oh, Sky.
Kankak remains static over here on C. If Kankak starts roaming around as well as Smoggy, PaperX might be in a bit of trouble.
Si itunya Mindfreak jagain Garrets.
Still leaning and a recall of the smoke. It sets up Forsaken. That's a great
angle.
By PaperX on our attack size, but it could be the final blow, that killing blow that they need to take the series. Attack a bit, that does force out the aftershock and a bit of the utility.
Mundur mereka.
Howdong retains control over the rolling thunder.
Everything fires off the shots now, but time is running low, Josh. 30 seconds in this one. You can feel a bit of overheat, maybe a bit of pressure being applied to both of these players. The quick shot! Okay. Why not? Wide swing from Jing to return fire from an opposite side of the map. But now with that Cosmic Divide split across, they know that the play is happening over towards A.
There's a rolling thunder here that should just block the plan from going down entirely.
Not going to be able to get this one off. They need to find the kills. Flash over the top. That's going to be Jing finding it, but they still need to get the spike down. And they've just about stuck it, but now they deny it. Swing from Jing.
Nice.
Get the second.
Kelamaan mereka.
Gara-gara
ultinya tuh ganggu banget si Bridge-nya.
Approach. Aggression is the name of the game, and a flash over the top. Howdong just left like a sitting duck at the back of the side. Forsaken. Relentless with the play. The Blaze Dome in his hands. This guy is a weapon of death.
And it's a 5v3 for PaperX to close things out and move forwards in the group. Smoggy with Blaze Dome of his own. Can he find any sort of value here? It's a brutal crossfire. Breaks it with the cloud burst.
It's the one with the re-swing is there at the end of the day, and it's just.
Oh, di Heaven udah ini mah GG.
Surely one shot found, two players
And
remaining,
pick.
three players remaining, excuse me, drops
Nice.
to the floor. And not enough, just can't quite reset the aim. The 13th round secures it and seals the deal for the opening match of champs.
Ren, if the rest of the games at Champions are anything like that one, then this could be the best tournament yet.
And what an up to it, doesn't it, Josh?
It really has.
The quality of play from every team at every single international event, global tournament, getting up to this point has just been going up and up and up and up. There are no weak teams in this tournament.
No. And
Itu kocak sih bisa kena pala 2.
Yeah, that is just fantastic. Also, one of the other factors to consider here, Life is normally the player that is the tip of the spear, like how Smoggy's playing Jet now. And Life is the player that the rest of the team trade off in order to create those openings. A fifth of the time when Life dies, he gets traded. And that is really tough to replicate with subs. I think EDG did a great job in this game of showcasing they are serious contenders. But at the end of the day, it's PaperX getting the W in the column as predicted, because every time they've been turning up to these global events, they just get better.
They do. They make improvements time and time again. But still being tested, I think, and showcased as well. A lot of people saying that this group that they're in is a bit of a group of death, isn't it? Just the fact that you can't, such high caliber competition at every step of the way. There are no easy opponents.
Well, you talk about high caliber competition, that's what we've got coming up next as well. The other side of this group. The other teams that PaperX and EDG are going to be playing against here. All smiles for PaperX. And that APAC rivalry, there's gonna be clashes again. There just has to be. The APAC scene has been going up over the course of this year. They are, the region with the least trophies and big accolades out of the major regions.
Mantap. Haya. Gua nggak nonton yang kedua deh. Mungkin nggak gua streamingin. Gua mau istirahat. Besok masih ada kerjaan. Oke guys, sampai ketemu di live besok. Gua BieL. Bye bye.